Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Welcome on this beautiful Thursday morning to the April 17th workshop for the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners. Commissioner Eggers is feeling under the weather today, so I would like to have a motion to allow him to participate.
Move approval.
Thank you. Either verbally or visually, depending on how he is feeling today. And at the end of the day, we don't really want to look at him that much anyway. So, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries unanimously. Welcome.
Guys, appreciate it.
Yep. Welcome, Dave. All right. So on to our first order of business this morning is the One Pinellas Business Alliance with St. Petersburg College.
And Commissioners, Cynthia's coming up. She's going to introduce it. But, you know, there's been a lot of effort been put into the One Pinellas Business Alliance as we kind of outline the structure. And we've got a lot of business owners. We've got a lot of the colleges, our cities have really come together and tried to advance how do we work together to have a better, more succinct and focused economic development strategy. So there's been a lot of good work. We wanted to outline some of that work for you and be able to answer any questions you have this morning. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cynthia.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. Cynthia Johnson with Economic Development. Today, I'm going to give you a quick update on a few of our economic development initiatives that align and feed right into our One Pinellas Business Alliance mission. Our update today, we're going to talk about our ability and what we've been doing to improve our ability to be the ideal business climate where investors want to invest and people want to live. And with that, first, just want to mention our Employment Sites program. Commissioners, thank you, thank you, thank you. This program has been recognized as an international model of excellence by the IEDC organization. To date, Pinellas County, our ESP program has 26 approved projects with over $250 million of total project cost. And with that, we have only invested almost $37 million of ESP money to make that happen. With that investment, we have created more than 1.6 million square feet of new or renovated office and industrial space in Pinellas County. As part of our program processes, we monitor these projects. So of the 10 complete projects, we have monitored them, and we have identified over 1,500 target employees within those projects. 6 of those projects, which is, you know, we've been waiting for this piece, 6 of those 10 projects have increased their taxable values in excess of $52 million for Pinellas County, demonstrating a positive return on investment. As part of our continuous improvement for the program, we volunteered to have that program reviewed by our Inspector General's office. Their office looked at over 80 procedures that we had in place. They made one recommendation, and that was to better define the scoring methodology. We have done that, and in doing so, we're going to apply that new scoring methodology to our 4 current applications that are under review right now. They're going through the third-party gap analysis, and so those 4 applications should come before you in the near future. We have 1 developer and 3 businesses. The second initiative that we've been doing in ED is our workforce development. As you're aware, we did receive the funds from Career Source Pinellas to support workforce services. We have repurposed a position in economic development that's focused on workforce services. We have also included the One Pinellas Business Alliance in some roundtable discussions. We've included our cities, our chambers, to talk about workforce services for Pinellas County residents. So with that, we were able to create a workforce development incentive that will assist companies with addressing critical skill gap areas and guaranteeing that when our citizens finish that training, they will have increased wages. Now, with this program, we're able to utilize AmSkills, Pinellas Technical College, St. Petersburg College, and other training providers to provide those training. And then lastly, just
Just a second. The beauty of this, because I was there at the table along with the folks over here, is we had businesses talking about the specific skills where they're having trouble filling those jobs. And it was them telling us where the training should be focused. And they even, come up with having that as matching grants to have, so are the companies invested, and doing a sliding scale based upon the size of the company, for smaller companies not having the capital to be able to put out. And so that hands-on input from our business leaders was just critical in making sure our programs targeted and for the benefit of what they need. And that's where I think this whole process has just been so much more valuable in the way it's structured.
And that, what Barry just said, is exactly what you're going to see when we talk about the One Pinellas Business Alliance. And that's one of the key factors of why we're here this morning. The Alliance is really designed to have that stakeholder group and engagement. We go to these industry partners for their insight. So this is just an example of all of our partners that are currently with the Alliance. And what we decided to do today, instead of us talking about the Alliance, we invited some of our partners to share their insight and their experience of the Alliance. We did kick this Alliance off in 2023 with a CEO exchange. Give you an idea of how we operate in our monthly meetings. We have roundtable discussions. Those discussions are meaningful discussions, just like Barry just mentioned. That's where we glean all of this great information. And so for this year, we've been focusing on housing that's affordable. We've given insight to SB Freeman, who's doing the county's housing study. We've also given insight to the workforce and talent recruitment efforts, creating that workforce incentive and creating a tool that you're going to hear about from one of our chamber partners. And the last item that the Alliance members said that they wanted us to work on and be more intentional about is coordinated efforts. How are we working with our cities? How are we working with our chambers? How are we working to coordinate our efforts? So today I've invited 3 of our Alliance members. Bart with the City of Pinellas Park, the city manager, is going to come and share with us about how the coordinating efforts have really assisted the city of Pinellas Park. And then he'll be followed by Chris Steinacher, and then we'll end the conversation with Dr. Tanja Williams. Bart?
Morning, Bart. Thanks for being here.
Chairman Scott. I'm here to talk about this lady who is impressive. I promise I won't talk too much about her, but Mr. Burton, thank you for this. This One Business Alliance has really changed how we operate. This is how local government probably should operate more of. It puts us in the room with these businesses, and you're going to hear some more from the schools. So the schools are in there, the big businesses, and just to be able to talk about what businesses are looking for to come to this area. So the mindset of, well, it used to be, how do I get everybody to come to Pinellas Park, or how do I get everybody to come to St. Pete? It's not that. It's how do we get them to come to this region? So when a business comes in and wants to talk to me, we go straight to this group, and this group is collaborative with the city. It just becomes such a powerful, big thing. And with the help of Dr. Johnson, the way this thing works with her staff and my staff, it has created such a business connection. I'm on the chamber with Pinellas Park, so I get to talk to local businesses, but this really puts us on this spectrum of how we should operate as a government. I'm trying to really drill this home as to what we could look like if we were to do this across the board with other kind of things that the cities and the counties do. It's just impressive. I could bring up a bunch of the businesses that we've had come through. Mastery's Brewing Company is a new local business coming that's gone through this program. It's going to be a very successful thing. It worked. But I really want to talk more about the region and how it really looks and what we could do so much better. Having these airports around us and having the connections through the interstate system, and it's such a vast community that we can have bigger, better things. And so coming from a city standpoint, it's not about Pinellas Park, it's not about Oldsmar, Safety Harbor, Clearwater. It's about the county and what we can do together. And what she's done with her team is just tremendous. And I want to thank you for letting this happen. Thank you, Mr. Burton. because without this, I would still be kind of in the archaic world over there. We just kind of did things on our own, and we've grown. I didn't have to hire a bunch of people. I didn't have to hire an economic development department, and we built this bridge together and we worked together. So it's a big thing for me. And when she asked me to come, the last time we were supposed to do this was during the hurricane, which was, we don't want to talk about hurricanes anymore. I'm done with that stuff. But you know that we're collaborative. You know that I'm collaborative. And so this is a big deal to me, and I'm hoping you kind of really see the big picture with this thing and see what we're capable of doing. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. We appreciate you. And then we're going to have Chris Steinacher. Chris is our chamber president for our great city of St. Petersburg. And Chris has this wonderful pilot program that is strategically aligned with our workforce and talented initiatives. And he's going through the first phase of the pilot, but we're pulling the alliance in to really expand the capacity across Pinellas County.
Great.
Chris?
Thank you, Dr. J.
Chris, you get 3 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay. I can do 30 minutes easily. Good morning, everybody. I'm Chris Steinacher, President and CEO of the St. Petersburg Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this discussion. This is a positive discussion. This is an opportunity for all of us to finally all get on the same page about something that is most important. I'm here because our members have asked me to be part of something bigger. The number one, we went out at the end of last year and talked to all of our members, and we talked to our largest members in focus groups and asked them, what is the issue that we're going to need to work on for you to continue to grow, for you never to leave our community, for you to continue to bring those jobs that are going to pay over the average wage so we can continue to afford to live here. And they said the number one thing is it's about the workforce. It's about making sure we understand where we get it from, what our institutions are training for, and how do we pay for that, and where do we get the money to train for it. And so we went out on a quest. You see in front of you a few of the slides about Hire St. Pete. What we hire means to us is hiring, interning, reskilling, and empowering those in our community to be able to afford to continue to live here. We're being led right now by Power Design, Russ Williams. This is privately led right now, but we are funded right now by our City of St. Pete and Pinellas County Schools, who came to us early on and said, we need this information as well. And now Dr. J has invited us to the One Pinellas, as we were founders of that as well, and we brought this information to him, and I believe we are going to take this now county-wide. What this is a database of information. If we steered everybody into one watering hole, just imagine one place for every large employer and small employer to understand what Dr. Williams is really offering, but what also is being offered at Pinellas Technical Schools, what's being offered in the magnet programs, what's being offered at Stetson, where are these opportunities being offered if they had that opportunity. But then if they also understood where the gaps were, and we can start taking that information, and Dr. Williams can start training those specific gap needs, which she does so well, and she's done on and on, but she needs to hear from the employers as well. So what we are trying to do is, as the business community, make it easy for Dr. Williams and for Dr. J to be high performers in this. This is the area where economic development, in my career, I've been doing it for now 40 years, economic development has always kept workforce kind of as another thing. Like maybe it was another department, maybe they were brought in on the big deals just to tell people something, but they were not part of the team. And I never understood that. Well, Dr. J has now made this part of the team, and I really do believe this has been the missing component. So what you're going to see from us is data. We've sent you a little bit of information. We'd love to send you the pilot site itself, because we actually have gaps. We can tell you now for the top 30 occupations that the state of Florida says are coming to Pinellas County, we can tell you what the gaps are of who's training what pieces of that, and where there's green, it means, oh gosh, we've got everything we need, and where there's red, it means we don't have any of that going on. So that's intelligence we can all utilize to build on the programs that we're going to get delivered to us and that those employers are going to invest in as well. It was beautiful to have our last meeting of the One Pinellas where we talked about those incentives too. If we get the right programs, how do those businesses get into those programs as well? And how do we make them accessible to the smallest business and affordable for the largest businesses? And I believe we're on that track based on the data and the research we're using. So we're an excited partner in this. We hope all the business community understands that this is where we're going. We understand our opportunities, and we're going to go, and we're hopefully riding with the Pinellas County government as well. Thank you very much.
And I see that one of our other alliance partners is in the room. Kay, wave your hand, Kay. Kay is our new CEO of CareerSource Hillsborough Pinellas. And as an alliance member, this workforce piece is very important to her. And she's been making her way around our community, making sure that she connect with the right individuals, and said, well, you know, I'm going to be there on Thursday as an alliance member, but also as a listening ear for CareerSource HP. So thank you, Kay, for coming this morning. What we would like to do at this time is, workforce can't be done without us having the proper trainers. Dr. Williams, as well as Chancellor Hardigree from the University of South Florida, is also an alliance member. Superintendent Hendricks is an alliance member. And collectively, they've been talking about how we can address these issues. We can identify them, we can bring them, but we need our training providers to make it happen. So I'm going to invite Dr. Tondra Williams, the president of St. Petersburg College, to share what the college is doing.
Good morning, rise and
Morning.
shine. Get ready to do it.
Morning, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for letting me join you this morning. Did you know that St. Petersburg College will turn 100 years old September 12, 2027? We are the oldest state college in Florida, and we are one of the few that sprawled across the entire county. And so when I started as president, we've talked a lot about the educational ecosystem. And I think I've shared with Dr. Johnson a lot about how difficult it is for higher ed to understand the new work. You know, when we went to college, business administration was taught this way, but now it's different, right? And so we invited the workforce to come in and really look at our curriculum to tell us what is needed in the new work. One of the things I share with Dr. Johnson is, it's just only one of me, and I can't get to every single business and sit down and understand how this works. And so she started talking to me about One Pinellas. How can we pull everyone together in the room, higher ed, along with businesses, to really figure out what's the new work, what are the skills gaps, what are we still teaching that's old school, and what's the new stuff? We're all working at the speed of change. And so One Pinellas brings all the partners in. And I don't know if you know this, but Pinellas County is one of the few counties that actually have the technical college, the state college, and 3 universities in one county. And so we have that opportunity to build the ecosystem. So for us, for SPC, for the next 3 years, we're focusing on what we can do to make sure that our Pinellas County residents get, number one, better jobs. When you have a better job, you live a better life. And when you live a better life, we have better communities. And so a lot of that was birthed out of the work we've done with One Pinellas. I've actually been able to make business connections that I had not been able to make because they were right there with us, and we were able to talk about what are some of the things that are missing. Not just the skills gap, but the awareness of where the jobs are. People think that if you work at a bank, all you are is a teller. They don't think about cybersecurity and all these other jobs that are at that bank. One Pinellas has helped open and broaden what those jobs could be and what's missing and where the gaps are. And did you know that your St. Petersburg College pumped in $3.2 billion of economic value in the Tampa Bay region? I mean, we support 35,000 jobs. And that's not including USF, Ecker College, Stetson, Pinellas Technical. We have powerhouse education right here in Pinellas, and I think we sleep on that sometimes. We serve 35,000 students annually. Did you guys know that? 35,000? I mean, those are our residents. We are now looking at how many of our residents are unemployed and underemployed. The last time I looked for us, it was about 16,000 people in Pinellas. Our colleges need to step up and make sure these people get jobs. That's why we're working closely with CareerSource. I think I've worked closer with CareerSource now than ever, which I'm very excited about. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And we keep talking about Dr. Johnson, but she does a very good job. But in One Pinellas, we've learned how to look deeper into those challenges. One is awareness. People do not understand what jobs are out there, how do I get in them, and what do I need to do that. So we've been able to strengthen that at SPC. Last year, we placed 16,000 students in high-wage paying jobs. And a lot of that is because the awareness has been brought forward and we're able to do a better job in that way. Second, how do we get the 16,000 engaged? I think that's something we talked about. How do we get those 16,000 people who are work able off the couch and into a job? That's what our institutions are all about. And so that's what we're working on and partnering with One Pinellas to make that happen. And we have frank conversations, I mean serious conversations about the type person they're looking for, the skills that they have to be able to demonstrate, and what education is needed. Not all education ends in a college degree. Sometimes it's a short-term, rapid credential that leads to high-wage paying jobs. Third, we're really trying to work on how do we place them in jobs. A lot of those 16,000 don't know how to come to a business, sit at a computer, and find a job. They need some high touch and some intentional work. And that's what our colleges should be doing in Pinellas to get those 16,000 off the couch. One Pinellas is a solution to that. One Pinellas is a connector, it's a convener, but it also helps bring about awareness and partnerships. I never walk out of a meeting without a card. Someone I need to call to partner with. And then they will call me as well. And that's been very helpful. These are some of the partnerships that I've developed when we started with One Pinellas. I already had Pinellas Technical and USF, Plasma Therm, but there were some other groups that we were able to strengthen our relationships with and make better connections. I think, Chris, when you talk about Hire St. Pete, and you talk about the website, and you talk about the data that's there, we have the data. CareerSource has the data. The state of Florida, we have the data. One Pinellas helps build the strategy. And that's where it's not one city against the other, it's not one company against the other, it's actually us coming together to make sure that we leave no position unfilled and no person who wants to work sitting on a couch and not working. And that's the beauty of One Pinellas. I am personally invested. I spend my time learning and attending the meetings, and they are 7 in the morning. 7:30. 7 in the morning, for me to be ready at 7:30. But I am just really glad to learn more about the skills, hear from the actual partners themselves who would hire our students, make sure I understand that my curriculum is tight and strong and it's still relevant, and making sure that we build the workforce in Pinellas. We don't want to build the talent and they go across the bridge. Not that I don't like the bridge. I go across it, but I live over here. And so we want our talent to stay here, to work here, to build here, and to make Pinellas one. And that's what One Pinellas is about, and that's what it means to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't talk about my strategic plan. Well, you have it in your folders. No, I won't take any more time, but the strategic plan is built around what we're doing in One Pinellas, and you'll see that it is all about work and putting people to work. No one goes to college, regardless which one, to be poor. Everybody's coming to scale up and to have a better life. That's what our plan is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. I just wanted to take this moment to not only thank the partners and the alliance members, because they do the heavy lifting. We, you know, we're in there. Barry has us on time. We're out by 9 o'clock, but within that hour and a half, a lot happens in that hour and a half. And we're looking at how we can expand that model to ensure that we're making sure our citizens have jobs. As Dr. Williams said, the better jobs they get, the better lives they can have. And for us, it makes a better community for all of us. So thank you all this morning for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Questions or anything?
Yeah, questions? Commissioner Powell?
Good morning. Thank you to each and every one of you for coming here on this morning. And thank you so much, Commissioner Latvala, and I have the pleasure of now working with the new president and CEO of CareerSource Hillsborough Pinellas, and I look forward to an extended partnership. The one thing I wanted to just kind of hint on is it's wonderful to have a organization in place where even the people who are seeking jobs don't have to go to multiple places, that they can come to one unit, get the information that they need, and see what best suits their capabilities, and if their capabilities don't match anything, that there's an opportunity for them to find a way to scale up their abilities. So I think that's really wonderful. I also think it's good that partners are working together as partners, because we see so many programs that are being either defunded or reduced funding. So this is a way for everybody to see where they best fit and to provide that specific service. The Linesman program with St. Pete College took off tremendously. We're talking people starting work, I think, at between $62,000 and $65,000 a year. So to go from, a job where you're making minimum wage to that really turns the life around of a person that's engaged in that. I do have a teeny-weeny concern that Tallahassee is looking at reducing the funding for CTAE programming, which that entails a lot of our youth that are in high school and some in middle school who are taking some of those courses. They're dually enrolled. They're taking some of those courses. I've attended the graduations where we've had middle schoolers walk across with certifications, and they could go to work at that point in time for any company based on their age. So I'm looking forward to continued dialogue and discussion that, should that occur, how Pinellas Technical College and St. Pete College and University of South Florida could kind of fill that gap for those individuals, because now you're going to have students who are looking to remain engaged, but they're not going to be able to do that at their school. So I'm sure that Laura Hines and Superintendent Hendricks and others are looking at that as well. Helios, which is a huge partner, and that I also serve on the board for the Education Foundation. I'm sure we'll be looking for ways to kind of fill that gap, should that gap occur. But I'm just excited that we're able to provide the workforce, which is why you have Nike and so many other large corporations that are moving here, because we are providing them with what it is they need to be successful in our community. So thank you all so very much. I appreciate this and appreciate the update.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you. Have a good.
Great job. Thanks, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you.
All right, next we have an update from Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Brian, come on up. Morning.
Good morning, everyone. Brian Loack, President and CEO of Visit St. Pete Clearwater. I'm all jacked up now after hearing about the Pinellas One Business Alliance and the coffee starting.
You're jacked up to begin with, so if you're all jacked up, then it's...
Oh, my Lord.
So this morning, I just simply want to give an update and overview of what's going on at Visit St. Pete Clearwater. I'm going to talk a little bit about who we are, what we do, the results we create, where we are post-storm recovery, and then some new initiatives we have going on. Potentially. There we go. So who are we? As a reminder, we are the destination marketing organization for Pinellas County, and we work both domestically and internationally to drive awareness of the county, drive visitation, and ultimately increase economic impact from those visitors. When you think about, certainly I've been with the organization now for almost 2 years, and when I came on, I thought about, what do they do? Well, I thought they took out some ads and billboards and said the beaches are open for business. And that's all they did. Well, since I've been over there, it's been a privilege to really learn and share with the rest of the county, share with you all exactly what's going on and what goes into this thing we call Pinellas County tourism. The big bucket there is the marketing, and that's where a majority of our budget goes to, with the advertising and promotions, the out-of-home, the billboards, the magazines, the commercials, the radio. But we also have a public relations department which focuses on the earned media, and so they spend their time bringing in media, travel writers from around the country, around the world, showing them around the destination, all the great things we have to offer, and then they write about that and produce that earned media. Digital and data, that is everything that we do on our digital platforms, our website, and all the data. As you'll see, data is important. We make all of our decisions based on the data that we receive. Over on the business development side, those are all our sales teams. So whether it's meetings and conferences, bringing sports and events to the destination, we have a film commission with the Film Incentive Program, and then we have our global leisure travel which both focuses on the U.S. and Canada. And then recently, we broke that out to two sectors, one U.S., Canada, and the other on all international markets. And then community engagement. This is, Oliver Kugler over in community relations. He goes out and he's talking to the chambers. He's talking to the cities, the community events, the residents sharing the value of tourism. Brand activations, they are our brand ambassadors and our folks that are at all these wonderful events we have going on throughout Pinellas County and also out of market. So if you see one of those cool beach chairs, beach bars with the umbrellas, go over there and they're going to tell you about all the great things they do in the county. And then finance and administration, that's our accounting team and our contracts and operations. It turns out we're traveling a lot and we're going to a lot of trade shows, so those folks make sure that we do the paperwork to get it done. As a reminder, we are funded 100% through the tourist development tax, also known as the bed tax. And this is a sales tax, supplemental sales tax, 6% on all overnight visit accommodations under 6 months. And we're one of only 11 counties in the state of Florida that is what's called a high tourism impact destination. And we're eligible to levy that 6% tax. And then as another reminder, all of these taxes must be spent to either A, promote and market the destination, or B, invest in capital projects that will increase visitation to the destination. So when we talk about economic impact, in 2024, these were those results. 15.4 million visitors to the county. That equated to over 6.4 million hotel room nights, $96 million in bed tax, $82 million in sales tax. That's only sales tax. Total taxes paid by visitors was over $421 million. It was $6.8 billion in direct spend, $11.2 billion in total economic impact. Largest employer in the county, tourism, equated to over 100,000 jobs. And what does that mean for a resident? It means that every resident in Pinellas County last year saved $850 because of our visitors. So when we talk about data, we want to know who's visiting and why they're visiting, when they're planning their trips. So we have plenty of data points to accomplish that. So typically when you think of the Pinellas County visitor, you might think of that family beach vacation, and that is a high percentage of our visitation, but it's so much more, and what we're seeing is that more and more groups, extended family, couples, groups of couples are coming to the destination, and they're not just coming for the beach. That is a large driver, but we see that they're also coming for all of the great festivals, events, concerts, sporting events, museums, our Gulf Coast. So we want to make sure that we are reminding them about all those great assets we have. And then we can see typically that planning window is about 62 days in advance of when they actually come to the destination. Obviously, that shortens the closer you get and extends the further you go. But we know they're staying 2.5 nights, and we know about 40% of our visitors are staying overnight. So those are just some of the data points we look at to make sure we're messaging to the right people at the right time. And when we talk about that, we want to make sure that our advertising is effective. And so we ask visitors when they're here, one of the questions we ask is, do you recall seeing a Visit St. Pete Clearwater ad in the last 6 months? And you can see in the past, over the years, that orange line that you see there is no, and the green line is yes. And so you can see the orange line, more people always said they do not recall seeing a Visit St. Pete Clearwater ad than those that did. Well, that all changed last year, and for the first time ever, more people, when asked that question, recall seeing a Visit St. Pete Clearwater ad than not in the last 6 months. And then those two bar graphs on the left-hand side, did it impact their decision-making? You can see that previous to 2024, the high was 50% said, yes, we saw one, and yes, it made us more likely to come. And in 2024, that answer was 53% of folks who recall seeing a Visit St. Pete Clearwater ad said, yes, we're more likely to come to the destination. And then we have it broken down at the bottom there by market, both on the recall and the effectiveness. So I want to talk a little bit about our post-storms campaign. So prior to September of last year, our campaign was Let's Shine. And so many of you, that may ring a bell during the Royal Rumble when Pat McAfee was out there on Pier 60 telling people, let's shine. After the storms, we realized shortly after, about 2 weeks after those storms, we knew that because folks plan their travel so far in advance, and because all you saw in media was that you saw the roof ripped off the trop and you saw a crane through a building in downtown St. Petersburg, we knew we had to get ahead of that. And so how do we do that? Well, we didn't want to do Pinellas Strong or Florida Strong. We wanted to come up with something that was unique to us, something that really the community could embrace, and really a rally call for the industry. And so we came up with Still Shining. And Commissioner Peters will recall shortly after we went to London and talked to different buyers with Brand USA, and everyone came up to us and they said, well, how are you guys doing down there? How are things? And the answer was simple. It's, we're still shining. And this campaign really inspired the local industry, and we used it to promote those businesses, hotels, restaurants, attractions that were still open and still shining. So that's what, on the right-hand side there, you'll see Hubbard's, and then you'll see, I think it's the Grove, my eyes are getting bad, I think it's the Grove Surf Cafe on Indian Rocks Beach. Those were a couple of the billboards that we had in the greater Tampa Bay area, as well as our drive markets in Florida, focusing on those businesses that were still shining. And then you can see on the left picture, there's a little button there that says Still Shining. And I remember they came to me and they said, hey, we've got these buttons. You know, it was campaign season, so buttons, you know, kind of a play on that. And I said, nobody uses buttons anymore. That's so old school. And we went to our first event, and Oliver actually talked to some folks about the buttons, and he had a little bag of them, probably 100 of them. And one of the restaurateurs said, I need some buttons. And he goes, okay, how many do you need? He says, well, I need 500. I want every one of my employees wearing those. And so then we knew we were on to something. And even on Monday, when I was at a restaurant at a hotel having breakfast, the server came up and she was wearing a Still Shining button. So it was something that really invigorated the industry, and I really love that campaign. Post-storms, how are we doing? Everybody wants to know what's it look like. So you can see on the top there, we focus on the hotel supply and demand since October through February, and then on the bottom, we focus on the vacation rental supply and demand. And the story here is that October, we really bottomed out right after the storms, and on the hotel, we lost about 6.5% of the inventory, and on the short-term rental side, it says 25%, it was more like 30% down on the supply side. And what you will notice is that moving out of October through February, both on the hotel and the short-term rental side, the supply is increasing. However, it's lagging on the vacation rental side, but the demand continues to increase on the vacation rental side. So as that vacation rental inventory is brought back online, there are visitors and guests to fill those rooms. On the hotel side, you can see that how did all of a sudden November it was so full? Well, we had some displaced residents that were in those hotels, and what we've seen since then is if a hotel room is open, it's full. They're running about 90% occupancy right now. We're starting to see in February that demand level out. Part of that is because February last year was a leap year, so we had 29 days. This year we only had 28. And we also have a late Easter this year, so spring break is extended this year as opposed to last year when it was condensed. Right here, this just gives you an idea of the hotel inventory throughout the county. Prior to the storms, we had about 23,000 rooms countywide, and you can see we've still, as of last week, or whenever I turned this presentation in, we had about 1,000 rooms left off. So we're a little under 6% of the total room inventory is still offline. Maybe it says it on here. Again, I need glasses. Those rooms that are offline, a majority of those are going to be opening. We've got about 450 of those rooms that will be back online this spring into the end of summer.
Hey, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Quick question on that last slide. It says 460 additional room set to open by summer. Is that coming back online, or is that new capacity?
That's coming back online.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yes, sir. And to that point, one of the things that we track is every month at TDC, we show new properties that are, in the hopper to open up. And you can see, especially in downtown St. Petersburg, but really throughout the destination, I want to say there's over 1,600 rooms in the next 3 years that are scheduled to be open. So we got to January, and it was done was still shining, and we wanted to really get past all those storms, and we wanted a new message. And so when we thought about what that new message was going to be, what that new campaign was going to be, we knew that folks come here for the beach. We knew that folks, 3 out of 4 folks still say that they are interested in a beach vacation for their next vacation. But we also saw in our data that the visitors who are here were coming here not only for the beaches, but as I said before, for the museums, for the Gulf Coast, for the sporting events. So we wanted to figure out a way that we could tell the story that we are America's favorite beaches, but we're so much more. And so the strategy was really to talk about our great weather, our great beaches, and everything else we had. Enter the ampersand campaign. This is one of the ads that we currently have going on right now.
Looking for more from your next vacation? Come to St. Pete Clearwater, where you can rise and shine. Enjoy a few chips and dip. Discover arts and crafts. And wrap up with dinner and a show. In St. Pete Clearwater, find just what you're looking for, and then some. Book now at visitspc.com.
And then these are some of the assets that we're using if you're driving on I-4 around our drive markets, and you see a billboard, it'll likely be one of these. These are also, we're using different variations of these in our print advertising as well. So we wanted to make a statement with this, come out with a bang, and last year we requested additional marketing dollars, and the board approved those, and so those marketing dollars really went into some of those key markets, some of those large-scale, expensive markets that we were in prior to the pandemic, but had come out of or been there only through digital channels since the pandemic. So this is an example of making a statement in one of those key markets and putting those dollars to use. This is the One Liberty Plaza in Manhattan, and this is a subway tunnel, and you can see here we completely took over the whole thing, and we paid for, I think it was 2 months we were going to be in there, and it equated to about 7 million impressions. As of yesterday, it's still up. So we're getting some pretty good value there, and from what we hear, it's coming down next week finally. But we got about 10 million impressions out of that activation. If you use that every day to go to work, we're in your face. This is an example of promoting ourselves big in Philadelphia. This is down near the heart of downtown there, and so you can see that ampersand campaign at the top with the uplighting. So the results of that, again, we asked a similar question as before. In the last 6 months, have you seen or read about Visit St. Pete Clearwater? And this is specifically to those northeast markets, so the New York Cities, the Philadelphias. And you can see the results in years past when we were not there, but we were there digitally and in short form. And those range between 30 and 40%. So far this year, since we've been there, you can see the answer to that is 70% say yes, they have seen our ads. And then I will never do a presentation without talking about our From Visitors with Love campaign. And this is really created 2 years ago to talk about, it was really, I remember coming online and I said, what's our first campaign? And the team told me, well, it's this From Visitors with Love, and it talks about the value of tourism, and it's aimed at residents. And I said, wait a second, our residents are already here. What are we doing? Well, we're talking about the value of tourism, and we want to, folks hear about tourism, but they don't know how that impacts them. That's what this campaign does. You can see in the bottom left, this is a sign from Visitors with Love that we placed at the beach access points where we did those dune restoration projects, and those go out where we do beach nourishment. So you walk on there, and it's a friendly reminder that these beaches were paid for from Visitors with Love. And so one of the ways that we spend those tourist development tax dollars are through our elite event program on those events. And so some of those events, we're coming off of John's Pass Seafood Festival, Sugar Sand Festival going on at Pier 60 as we speak. And next week we have another big one coming up. But this on the right-hand side is an example. This is the stage that we have, our From Visitors with Love stage, where we had I believe that's John's Pass Seafood Festival, From Visitors with Love stage, and every band that played on it all weekend was a local band. So it was a really fun way to drive that message home. And again, these are events that some of them are my favorite event. It's our residents' favorite events that not only do they drive visitation to the destination, but our residents get to take advantage of them year after year after year. And in addition to those events, we also invest those funds in capital projects. And this is a cool little short video on some of those projects we've invested in. And then I just wanted to wrap up with some of our 2025 initiatives and priorities. So as you are aware, our capital projects are guidelines on that. We just went through our first time under those new guidelines in the 2024 cycle. We identified some areas that we can improve that program. So we're currently beginning to start that discussion and identify those areas of improvement. We'll then talk with the TDC and you all to make sure we bring back some new and improved capital project guidelines on the elite events. This is open as we speak and closes, the application cycle closes, it just closed on April 4th. But for the first time, you all approved an additional $1 million in that tourist development plan to allow us to invest more in these large-scale events that we see, that visitors tell us more and more now than ever is a determining factor of them coming to the destination. Tourist development tax will continue to look for opportunities to invest those funds. Toy Town is one project that we've been talking about for quite some time, but we never had any data. We didn't know how much it was going to cost. What's it going to look like? We're currently going through RFP on that facility now, and the plan is to get the best plan we can put forward with the best ROI of public funds and bring that forward for discussion and see if there's an opportunity there. And then we're currently out on the street for our advertising agency. This is our largest contract. We do our ad buys through that agency. It's not typical, or let's just say I wanted to align the way that contract ran to align with our fiscal year. Let's start getting things in line with our fiscal year so we can budget for it. But also we have everything just in that one contract. So we have a new chief marketing officer. I'm new, a new team, and this was up for renewal. So I wanted to go out to market, see what's out there. And we took the opportunity to we actually did 2 RFPs, one for the brand strategy, the creative side of things, and then another one for just strictly the ad buys. So we'll see what folks come back with. Community plan for sustainable tourism. This is something that's really big in the industry. We know that our visitors, when they come here, they want to leave the place. We're hearing that they want to leave the destination in better shape than they found it. And a lot of these group business that's coming, they're looking for ways to impact the destination in a positive manner while they're here. So this plan will be working with our chambers, our partners to really, in our events, to figure out ways that they can be sustainable at those events and things that our properties are doing to be sustainable. And then last but certainly not least, you heard about it earlier, collaboration with St. Petersburg College. They actually, they're going to be starting in the summer a course on tourism and hospitality. And so it's focused on tourism and hospitality, there's a ton of jobs here, and it doesn't mean just a restaurant, front of house server, or a front desk employee at a hotel. It means food and beverage director, it means marketing, PR, travel agent, advisor, so many things. And so we partnered with the college to come up with a curriculum for that, and then also FRLA, who represents those businesses that need employees, and they are actually funding that. So we're looking forward to seeing that come to fruition. With that, that's all I've got for you guys, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you've got.
Questions? All right, Commissioner Lapella and Commissioner Flowers, then we'll go to
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked briefly about Toy Town. Is there a timeline on that project?
Well, I hoped, we just had our kickoff meeting yesterday. We did a two-phase approach on that RFP. Phase one was really to check the credentials of the folks who were putting forward bids, make sure that they've built on landfills in the past, operated successfully youth sports facilities. And then phase two, once we had someone that we wanted to continue to engage in, is really finalizing those details and getting down to brass tacks. We just had our kickoff meeting, our first kickoff meeting for phase two yesterday. So we're in the process of putting together a timeline.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, well, Commissioner Peters, and then we'll go to Commissioner Flowers, then Commissioner Eggers.
So Chris Lavelle asked my question on Toy Town, but did I miss when we had a discussion about Toy Town? Because I don't recall even having a discussion about Toy Town, so I'm not sure what we're RFPing to go out for. We're just looking to see what they want to put there, and I'm surprised it's being handled by your department and not our county.
It's combination. Well, first, we have had conversations about that. We also received $15 million when Speaker Sprouse was in the legislature for redevelopment of Toy Town. So we put together the RFP because there's different ideas in terms of what can be done on the site, and we wanted to see what the market, what people that develop these sports parks actually propose. And that was part of that first piece. A lot of it, so it was kind of a two-phase approach. First thing we had to do was look at some of the engineering. Where is the actual fill? Where's non-fill areas? And some of the engineering associated with the site. And so that was kind of the first piece. What are we even looking at? Because that's the first question anybody proposing a site would want to do. So we did some of the environmental work early. And then the second piece is what's possible. And because they're the ones that are going to run that. We've also tried to work and make sure that this would be done in conjunction with, like, for instance, Clearwater, where they already market, and have a lot of facilities, that it's a value add, not a competition, for specific markets. So there's been a lot of discussion for a long time, but no one's ever really kind of put it together to see what the market would bear. We didn't even know if anybody would propose developing it. That was one of the first questions. But we do have the $15 million, but that's not near what it would take in order to create the cap that then you could build sport fields on.
Okay, so I knew about the money. I just didn't understand why it was going in that department versus the county as a whole. And I know we're looking at a sports facility, and I know you went and visited the place in St. Petersburg, and I forget their name already, but for baseball, where the Rays spring training used to be, well, Cardinals spring training used to be. And they're doing an incredible job bringing people from all over the world, really the globe, to come in and play, and it's mostly high school. We don't hear about it much. I don't know if it's not really come before our commission before, and I know most of us have toured it. But I think before we go exploring, and I know we want to explore Toy Town, and I get that, and I'm hoping it's not going to be redundant when you've got something that's really incredibly successful there, where they're bringing in high school teams throughout the spring break time, using our hotels, using our restaurants. That's a vast piece of land that's already got the infrastructure that doesn't need a whole lot. I don't think we've really looked into doing much there. I hope we do. But I wouldn't want whatever we do at Toy Town to degrade the success that they're already having there and the success, as you said, in Clearwater.
Right.
And so since we haven't, we know all about what Clearwater's doing, I don't think we've invested in the St. Pete project. And I know they could, and, you know, these are guys that have been working really hard to, you know, bring together a dream that they had, and I think they've done an outstanding job. So I just don't want it to degrade their success, and I certainly would like us to see helping them grow what they've got going on there, because they've got something really special.
Commissioner, we completely agree. And if this needs to be a value add that them and Clearwater and everybody says would help draw more and increase everybody's success. We don't want it to see, for instance, up on our neighbors to the north, build a facility and it was serving local teams, not bringing in tourism. And so the county had to step in and kind of refocus their efforts. One of the first pieces we ask is the market been saturated? Because you have a facility in Pasco, you have a facility in Hillsborough and in Manatee. And so is there even a draw there? Should we even be pursuing that? Well, that was one of the first pieces we asked. The answer was yes, but we wanted to validate that, and we wanted to have all those pieces when we brought it to you for a discussion of whether this is even something we should advance.
So is this under the Sports Commission? Is that the purview?
Correct.
Okay, so then that does make sense. Okay.
And Commissioner, I could tell you, you know, we're very familiar with the Baseball City facility that you're referencing, and it's a great facility. They do need some improvements, and they've been talking about those improvements. We would love to be able to partner with them on something, but it's a City of St. Petersburg asset, and they operate it, and so we've been telling them, bring us a project, and the city would need to bring that forward. And the city would need to identify funds to.
And the city needs to be invested. I get it, yeah.
So we're happy about that, and I've had the discussion with them. Again, we know that right now our baseball facilities, softball facilities, our rectangle fields, as they call it, they're like maxed out. So my sports commission can't go out and drum up business for more tournaments on these facilities because we just simply don't have the fields. We know there's a demand for that, and it would not cannibalize any of these.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I would think soccer would be more emerging as each generation goes.
Soccer's-
That's what we wanted to do was we went out to the market and said, what do you guys propose?
Yeah.
You guys are out there building these around the country, you know. And as part of that proposal, they have, I believe it's 12 multi-purpose soccer, lacrosse fields, and we've got some other things going on with soccer that we want to make sure that we have opportunities there. So it's in the initial proposal, it's like kind of everything under the sun. This isn't a perfect world. Okay. And now we really drill down on what the needs are and what's feasible.
Okay,
Yeah, they have buildings, et cetera, and stuff. We want to scale that and get that back to target markets. Like, for instance, you just mentioned soccer. That's perfect. It's an off-season time period for us. And so that fits in with our destination really well. And for a tourism draw where it would help our hotel operators and things like that.
Thank you.
If we can go to Commissioner Flowers and then Commissioner Eggers, then we'll come back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian, for the rooms on St. Pete Beach that were, that are not yet online, I think it was 937. If you were looking at February, was that taking into account the Don Cesar? Because since now they're open, those, a great number of their rooms are back online.
Yeah.
Did that include them being closed at the time?
And I apologize if there was a 230.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, was that inclusive, that big number inclusive?
only February. They didn't open until March.
They opened the last week of March.
Yeah, so maybe I'm not saying it right. The number that was here for rooms not available, not back online, was that inclusive of the rooms at the Don Cesar because they were not yet back online? That's what I'm.
I don't know what.
In other words, that number would, if that's the case, that number would be lower now since they came back online in March.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm at.
I don't know if we pulled this before, let's see, whenever I turned this in, it was a couple weeks ago. I think it would have been back online a couple weeks ago. If I pulled this prior to 2 weeks ago, which we would have, it's not included in those numbers.
Okay.
So now that
Just so if anyone's
937
watching, they would know that
Yeah.
it's not that many offline anymore. And they had a wonderful grand opening.
You're
People are
correct,
excited.
Commissioner. We have deadlines for departments to submit stuff, so we can get that to you in advance, get it posted and everything. So it's probably before that time
Yeah,
period.
just wanted to make sure people understood that because the number looked a little higher than other cities or other areas. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Commissioner Eggers, did you have a question?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Appreciate it. I love both presentations this morning. Great job on the One Pinellas business as well as the conventions, or excuse me, the St. Pete Clearwater update. I was really just wanted to talk a little bit. You brought up Toy Town, and I know we've had ongoing discussions about Toy Town for years on different different avenues, different perspectives. I hope this one yields something for a change that we can pursue. Looking forward to that discussion. I just wanted to talk a little bit about if any new work, any new thoughts about convention center space in our county from a capital and operating standpoint. I know that they're always a challenge, but just getting some perspective on the number of rooms that we have, a number of space that we have in our hotels for business recruitment, if you will, and what a convention center provides and what size would it need to be, and just some conversation just briefly, Brian, about that. You and I talked briefly about it a week ago, I think, and just trying to get that on the table for consideration, discussion, whatever. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll be as straightforward and brief as possible. Essentially, right now, we obviously don't have a conference convention center in Pinellas County. We have about 14 to 17 properties that really focus on that meetings and conferences space, but they're in the neighborhood of their audiences are 100 guests to 400 guests, and those properties are pretty much all on the barrier islands, either St. Pete Beach, Clearwater Beach, in downtown St. Petersburg. And so that's what we focus on with the meetings and group business. The largest right now is with the Opal Soul coming online. Now they have essentially two properties that combine for 90,000 square feet of meeting space. Now that is not 90,000 square feet in one room, that's total meeting space. And so we do lack anything over about 45,000 square feet in one room for large-scale meetings and events. And I think that there has been some folks who say, well, that's something that we don't have that we could benefit from. But as far as the discussion on that, I think a lot goes into to making that a reality. And up to this point, that feasibility study, as you would, think, the hotel, how many hotel rooms do you need to build within a certain block, square mile radius of that? Who's going to operate it? Who's going to run it? What is the potential? What are those groups that are coming in there? We have not performed that yet.
And Commissioner, consistent with the Commission's strategic plan and that discussion around convention center space, I did have a meeting with Mayor Welch and Rob Gertis on Monday, and they were talking a lot about what holds with Tropicana Fields in the future. And they're kind of rethinking, the city. Well, that was one of the pieces to that. And so, again, consistent with your discussion, I've offered that, if they are pursuing, looking and studying what that demand is and what type of facility would suit, that we would be happy to partner with them in looking at that and doing that type of analysis. More to come on that, if they go down that path. But that's a real opportunity to work together with the city in terms of trying to define what that market is, that demand is, and what the financials are associated with a facility like that.
Yeah, well, Brian, you talked about the feasibility study, and certainly, as I said, we've done feasibilities on Toy Town, and we're going to do more feasibilities on Toy Town. And I just think this is an area that if we do it in conjunction with partners, that's fine. But even as it compares to Hillsborough County, we have very little space. So it's interesting to know what perspective is out there and also what that ROI looks like. And I really don't have an idea. I don't have a preconceived notion on which way, we should go on it. I'm just thinking that's an area that I've heard a lot about, but not in qualitatively, but not from a feasibility standpoint. So I look forward to more of that conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave. Let's go to, actually, Commissioner Wick, if we could. He hasn't had a chance to speak yet, and then we'll come over to Chris.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Brian, and the entire, Visit St. Pete Clearwater team, and Commissioner Peters, I think, really helping, Visit St. Pete Clearwater, come to a great point that we are today, and the work that our chair is doing as the chair of the TDC. I think it's just really important work that you're doing to keep tourism strong and helping really keep Pinellas County remain one of the most recognized destinations in the country. The numbers clearly speak for themselves. Hotel demand continues to rise. The return on the marketing investment is strong. Downtown St. Pete is clearly leading the room in nights and rate growth, and the rebound in hotel revenue is huge. A 20% increase in marketing effectiveness and the proactive messaging is key in out-of-state markets, all point that this destination has enormous momentum. And it's funny, to Commissioner Egger's point and to your point that, I literally handed Brian a two-pager document kind of supporting the idea of a feasibility study for a convention center before this meeting. So it's exciting to see that, I guess, that's coming up and has some support. And so I know, I'm not looking for any commitment now, but as we continue to grow our visitor base and look for ways to support year-round tourism, I think the TDC exploring months ahead to really have an opportunity to consider a feasibility study for a convention center downtown St. Pete. Because I think the county really has to lead the way with that, because we've seen a sharp increase in hotel demand downtown, which far outpaces the submarkets. We've seen a focus on Midwest and Northwest fly markets where business and association travel is already strong. And the effort to extend tourism activity into off-peak and midweek periods is something that a convention center is built for. So with all that in mind, I'm not proposing any commitment today, and to Commissioner Eggers kind of stole my lightning a little bit, but simply raising the question as we talk about long-term strategic investments and ways to stabilize our tourism economy year-round. It might be something for the TDC or Visit St. Pete Clearwater to explore, a feasibility study going forward. And I look forward to the important work that you guys continue to do and the success you bring to our destination. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you. Back to the soccer fields. We have talked before about the possibility of more MLS teams coming down to the destination during like their version of spring training. And I think this year there were 2 that came down, and there's a possibility that even more may come down. Would the like if, for instance, if there were soccer fields at Toy Town, could those conceivably be used for professional teams, or would they need other fields for that?
Yes.
Okay.
They would have to be grass. That's the only caveat.
Yeah, I didn't know like what size the fields would be at Toy Town, or if they would need like college fields or whatever.
But that, to your point, Commissioner, those are some of the discussions we really need to dig into. Like he just said, one of the things for playability, and you have on these fields is you put them onto, artificial turf, but then you take out the ability to host MLS because they won't, they want grass fields. So there's some trade-offs on some of those things. That's the type of details that they're starting to get into to figure out what works.
Okay.
Anything else? Questions? Chris?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Brian, first of all, great presentation. What you all are doing is working so well. I mean, it's obviously, the numbers don't lie. Yeah, but in the future, one of the problems I think we have is we have a poor regional awareness. And I know this because I just recently went to the NACO conference, and I went to meet some of our representatives in the federal government. And when you bring up St. Pete Clearwater, you know how much we need beach renourishment, we need money for funding for roads, and they give you that blank stare, like, where is that exactly? It's a little bit of a letdown, because I have to say, well, we're in the Tampa market, we're in the Tampa Bay. And so if you can look for ways to raise regional awareness, it'll help, I think, not just with the tourism, but it'll help with selling our area to our federal partners. So anyway, that was just a little idea. And then maybe you could work with PIE and maybe do some kind of joint branding with this, some way to get the airport. I don't know why we advertise an airport PIE when it's St. Pete Clearwater. I'm very confused by that, but if we could get some kind of collaboration between the airport and Visit St. Pete Clearwater, I think it'd be great. I don't want to start a ruckus,
No, you're not, Commissioner, but I do want to, kind of address that. They do collaborate, and but I think it's everybody doing their own and collaborating a little. I think there's a real opportunity between PIE, TPA, our EDC, Brian's group, of coming together and having real strategic priorities. When Brian's in a market, are we leveraging economic development with the tourism bend? And so we were actually having a conversation earlier about more that we can do together, and I think that's a real opportunity that we need to work on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Brian, I got a question. Just kind of realistically speaking, what do we think, or maybe this is more of a Barry question, a timeline is for Toy Town? I mean, we're talking like 3 years, 5 years? I mean, we've been talking about it for a long time.
Yeah, soon. And I know that's a great timeline, very specific.
I love soon.
But we do need to have some discussions. I've asked them to look at some alternatives, though, along with looking at the site. I think we need to zero in the site, because, folks that are bidding on that are expecting us to open up our checkbook, and we need to make sure it fits from a return on investment. I don't need to build basketball and volleyball facilities and compete against Wide World of Sports necessarily, because the cost to develop the underlying pad and the infrastructure that goes into supporting that is 10 times the cost. Okay, and so there's some things that we have for that. The other thing that we've looked at going through a hurricane, is there an opportunity for the remainder of the site, rather than taking over the site, focus the site, and then have availability of even potentially open up Toy Town during a hurricane. But there's only one road in. You've got wet areas and things like that. So I've asked them to look at a couple of different alternatives as they're pursuing this. That's some of the delay in trying to bring this home. But that needs to be a discussion this year. We're just trying to figure out some of these competing pieces together.
Do we have a ballpark estimate of what it's going to cost to cap that thing?
No.
Yeah, we're not there a lot, but
So soon and a lot.
Well, and part of it, I don't think you want to negotiate here, because the people that would be bidding that, are watching,
Yeah.
and they're going to want us to fund everything, and we're going to want them to fund everything. That's part of getting into this next phase of an RFP and a negotiation. I don't buy that they're not making money on this, so, next step.
All right. Well, we'll continue the discussion then. All right. Anything else? All right. Thanks,
Thank
Brian.
you.
Appreciate it. All right. Next, we're up with Jeremy Waugh with utilities update. Morning, Jeremy.
Morning. I get to follow the fun stuff with utility talk. Yay. So Jeremy Wall, Utilities Director. Before we start, I'll go off script briefly. So we got our numbers through the March financials. Just to give you guys an update, post the hurricanes, we created a registry for impacted customers. We gave them 6 months to register, so they had time to evaluate their impacts. We had 1,564 people on the registry. And through March, we've worked with those customers on an individual basis and have $392,000 in leak adjustments, bill adjustments for people who were impacted on the registry. So just to give you an update that we are, and 200,000 of that came in the month of March. So I think people are finally getting to the less important stuff, like their water bills, and we're working with them to get them adjusted. So just real quick, go over some items with you. I had an opportunity to speak with, I think, all of you on a one-on-one, but just to bring this reminder to you, we are looking to update our utility policy manual. The original manual was published in 1987. We actually did find a copy of what the Blue Book was, and it's printed on little typewriter paper, and you have to have a microscope to read it, I think. So it needs to be updated and bring it current with today's policies and practices, and update the last 38 years of resolutions into a consolidated manual. We are looking to bring this before the board. I have put on the May agenda, but that's really up to you and your review, and if you have any comments about that, certainly we're here to receive them. The other item to remind you of that we talked about in our one-on-ones is the Industrial Pretreatment Program Enforcement Response Plan, so we call it the ERP. We need to update that plan every several years. I think the last update was 5 years ago. So we're here to update that, bring it current with the current state regulations. We made some adjustments to the fine and the enforcement schedules. It also allows us more flexibility in not issuing fines, so it gives us more opportunity in the new enforcement response plan to work with our permittees in the industrial pretreatment program. Currently, we have 18 permittees within the Pinellas County Utilities System. We have sent the revised plan and the ERP to those 2 weeks ago, plus or minus, and have not received any feedback back, but we're giving them through the end of April to kind of review that and provide any feedback back to us. And again, we're planning on bringing that forward in the May agenda. All right, so now the meat of what I was here to talk about today. The reclaimed water. So post the drought from 2023 through most of 2024 before the hurricanes hit, Florida and Tampa Bay region specifically was in a pretty significant drought. And that prompted us to review how we deliver reclaimed water. So we did that review. And overall, our system was started to be constructed around 1998, 1996 area through about 2009. And we built out both a North County zone and a South County system. And the county funded a majority of that work through bond issuance. And we charged a $7 a month fee to utilities customers where we built pipes in front of their house. Whether they connected or not, you got a $7 charge, and that $7 charge was essentially the loan payment to pay back for the infrastructure that we built. Prior to 2023, if you connected to the reclaim system, you got a flat rate charge, and it varied over time, but $18 to $24 a month, and you could use as much reclaimed water as you could possibly use. Right? If it was water in the pipe and you turned on your sprinkler, it came out and you could use it for a flat rate. Over the period of time between 2009 and today, that commodity has become more desired. And in 2023, the board adopted a revised rate schedule that moves to more volumetric use schedule. So there's still a flat rate up to a certain volume of water, but then once you reach that volume of water, currently 18,000 gallons, then you started paying on a per 1,000-gallon rate, currently $1.94. I provided some more specific exhibits, I think, in the agenda package, but this is just a picture of where the North County, the Pinellas County Utilities reclaimed service districts are in North County and South County. There are 26,000 customers. Those aren't people, those are customers, so accounts, houses, hotels, whatever, golf courses. And currently, there are 22,000 people, almost 23,000 people, that are actually connected within those purple zones to our system. And of those 22,000, about 19,000 are actually residential customers. Originally, when we built the reclaimed water system, we needed a place to dispose of our treated wastewater. So it was a disposal mechanism for us to deal with the water that we treat at the treatment plants. Good for us, benefit for us, there was high adoption of that disposal. So early on, we were very enthusiastic about that. But over time, as I just described, the demand has surpassed our ability to supply water, especially in periods of drought. There's just not enough water to give the people, the customers, for what they want to use. And it is cheaper to use and utilize the reclaimed water versus using a potable water. So the water that you would typically drink or drinking water, it's more expensive to generate that water than it is to use the reclaimed water. So it's been beneficial to both us and the customer to utilize the reclaimed water system for irrigation. But we don't have enough water. So currently, these are the projects that we have on the books already funded in the CIP budget to help address not the volume, but the pressures in the pipe and how we deliver the water through the system. And you'll see here 3 or 4 projects that are actually large pumps. We call them a high service pump, but they're big pumps. And we have 3 of those projects going on both at the plants to help the overall boosting pressure, and then out in the system, you see the North County inline booster pump is a pump out in North County to help drag even more water and push it out to the far extremes of the system. We have about 93% of our AMI meter project where we're going to have actual volumetric meters on the reclaim system throughout the entire system. And then we are also looking at currently permitting an aquifer storage and recovery system for reclaimed water. So this is a pilot project that when we have excess, instead of building an above-ground tank, we essentially think about it as an underground tank where we would store that water when we have excess and then pull it out when we need it. So those are all the projects that are currently on the books, currently funded, currently underway. So when I met with you, I talked about 2 options for addressing our demand and supply. The first option would be what I call a supply management system, where just like in your irrigation system at a house, you would zone off different areas with valves, and when zone 1 is going, zone 2 can't receive water because all the water is going to zone 1. Currently, our piping system is not built that way. So we would have to go out and put valves in the system to make that occur. But essentially, you could control the volume or the supply of water being delivered. So if we know we only have 5 million gallons to give on any specific day, we would generate or specify which zone got that 5 million gallons on that day, and then tomorrow a different zone would get 5 million gallons. So that's one method of addressing the shortage that we had in drought periods. There would be a significant CIP cost to that. We did a preliminary study of what it would take to zone off North County and South County systems. It was about $10 million per system. Of course, that would all have to be engineered and designed and implemented, so that's a multi-year project. We would want all of that zoning to be automated through a control system, so all the valves would have to be robotic and push button from a control center. So we would have to design and engineer and figure that stuff out. One of the benefits of the zoning, not only in the supply management, is that it actually reduces the enforcement activities. So currently, right now, we have staff dedicated to monitoring people that are watering on the wrong day and educating them, hey, you're on the wrong day, check your timers. Maybe your irrigation person who built it just set the timer up and you just ignored it. But hey, you're watering on Tuesday and Wednesday's your day. So if we zone off the system, you would no longer even be able to water on the wrong day. It just wouldn't be a thing anymore, so we could reallocate those enforcement staff to do other activities. The other side of the economic equation from supply side is more of a demand side management. And I didn't share this with you when we had our one-on-ones, but I thought I would just show you here, just for reference, where we currently sit with our reclaimed water rates. And I have my consultant team here that helped put all this analysis together so we can, if you want to get into details, we can do that. But essentially, Pinellas County, for a typical 18,000 gallon user, which is what the UF IFAS study suggested for a Florida typical residential lawn, it's 15,000 gallons per month. So we sit not at the high end or low end, maybe on the higher side of the middle. But comparative to our regional partners, our regional providers, we're in line, so we're not out of phase with where the rest of our constituents and governments are charging for reclaimed water. But if we wanted to pursue a demand-side management strategy, we just looked and formulated 3 possible options. So I'm going to walk through this chart here a little bit because there's a lot of information. So what you see in the yellow column is our current rate structure. So right now, if you're a reclaimed customer in Pinellas County Utilities, you pay $24 a month for up to 18,000 gallons of use, right? So you pay a flat rate of $24 a month for the water if you're connected. If the reclaimed pipe is in front of your house, you still pay the $7 if you're connected or not. And then once you eclipse the 18,000 gallons mark, you pay $1.94 per 1,000 gallons above 18,000 gallons. Right? That's the current rate structure. And what we found during the periods of drought is that people were using a lot more than 18,000 gallons. And other customers at the far reaches weren't able to receive the water because it was all being consumed before it even got to them. So all the water was being sucked out of the pipe before it got to them. So a demand-side management strategy using rates would then make it more, it would cost more to use more for the users. Trying to limit the amount of users that are coming at the beginning of the pipes, the users at the end of the pipe then would have the water available to them is the strategy. And we picked 3 random options. Of course, there could be lots of options in between here. But generally, what we did is reduce the base rate, because one of the complaints we got from the people at the end of the line that weren't getting the water during the drought was, I'm still paying $24 a month and I have no water. How is that fair? So that's a fair comment. So by reducing the base rate, you could help address and ease that concern for people that have less water coming to them or people that are using less than 18,000 gallons, you still pay the flat rate. And then for people that use more, then they would pay a higher rate per 1,000 gallons above whatever the limit we set is. And so you see a chart here. We picked 15,000 gallons to align with the IFAS study on irrigation needs in a typical Florida. And then you can see different options of how we could adjust the base rate and then change the per gallon usage or the per 1,000 gallons usage above whatever that base rate limit is. So really, this is just an opportunity to understand where the board would want us to proceed, or are we good with status quo and we stick with the yellow column for I think the rates that are currently adopted are through 2027. So for till 2027, the yellow column is the current rate structure. Or do we want to start having a conversation, or would you like me to present different types of options like this? Or another option that was presented to me was a seasonal rate structure. So it costs more to water using reclaimed water in the summer or the winter. There's pros and cons to that, right? So we do have seasonal residents. So how are they being affected by a seasonal rate structure? Also, codifying a seasonal rate is easy to do on paper, but does the drought really follow what we put in paper? Is it truly from May to October is the rainy season? Well, you know, some years it is and some isn't, and then you've codified at this rate, and you may miss the drought and what the ordinance says. So I have just some recommendations, not that you asked me for them, but what I would do, or what I would propose us to do, is continue with the CIP projects as they're currently on the books, and evaluate how that helps the system. And then if we wanted to evaluate some kind of demand management strategies, do that through a rate structure. And if that doesn't seem to hedge off the problems, then perhaps we start evaluating the more supply side management and putting more capital dollars into the system to zone off the different systems. So that's where I wanted to stop the presentation and just open that up for discussions. I know each of you had some conversations about this when we had our one-on-ones.
Okay. All right, let's go to Commissioner Nowicki, and then we'll go to Flowers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jeremy. Pretty insightful information and things that we're talking about. Just a quick question, or maybe you could help me understand, or do we have wholesale agreements for reclaimed water?
Yes. So, and actually, it's on your agenda for Tuesday is to renew the wholesale agreement with the city of Pinellas Park. So yes, we have wholesale agreements where we sell reclaimed water to different people.
So maybe could that be something to look at, either temporarily pausing or reducing the wholesale deliverables to really help promote the unincorporated residents that are, paying that, like the $7 availability fee, and to see some of the opt-out clauses of those contracts so we can prioritize the unincorporated residents first, because I think that's like a very low-cost, high-impact, short-term action that we can do is looking at these wholesale agreements to see, if we can establish like a tiered service priority policy, like unincorporated residents, county facilities, and then wholesale customers, and we can apply that like during drought or pressure drops. So I think maybe that's just really something to look at before we go into like rate adjustments for the unincorporated residents.
So the way good question. The way our agreements are currently structured with our wholesale users is there is a supply availability clause, right? I'm not a lawyer, but there's if we don't have the water, we don't have to give it to you. But in order to get in these agreements, and they're long-term agreements, 10, 15, 20 years sometimes, the cities who built their own infrastructure want some kind of guarantee that there's going to be water for them to use, right, at some level. Also, there are periods when we have too much water and we need a disposal mechanism, and having these wholesale customers allow for us to get rid of more water. Not only wholesale customers in cities, but we also have agreements with some individual golf courses where we use their stormwater ponds to just accept reclaimed water when we have too much. So there's pros and cons to limits like that. Certainly it's open for discussion. But generally, once we enter these agreements, we write into the agreement some amount of millions of gallons per week, per day, that we're guaranteeing as part of their system.
Yeah, I mean, and I appreciate that if they're outweighing the capital costs and want that, ROI back essentially. But now it's like, well, we got to go back to the piper, the residents, to say, hey, because we're selling reclaimed water over here, and we don't have enough for you or to keep up with capital improvement, now we're going to have to look at increasing your rates. So I think that's just something to look at first before we go down this, and I'll yield back and let the discussion continue amongst the board. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
We'll get to Commissioner Eggers after Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know some years ago, serving on St. Pete City Council, we talked about doing some deep well injecting which that's not allowed, but we talked about that as a possibility because during the rainy season, we had individuals who were still running their sprinkler systems even though it was raining. And I think I shared this with you and staff when we had our conversation. So any way that we can monitor the utilization of water when it's really not necessary, that will be absolutely phenomenal. And then unfortunately, like right now, it's kind of a dry period. So individuals are wanting to utilize the reclaimed water, particularly the newer subdivisions that are being built. We got a lot of construction going on, and that's what they're tapping into. Just sharing publicly what I shared with you in private so my colleagues would know. We will not be talking about raising rates immediately if we stay within the time frame that we are currently in for services. I did stress that, in my opinion, there should be a real communication marketing piece that talks about the potential for increases in rates, so it wouldn't be something that would just occur and persons may not have been made aware. And I realize not everybody's going to pay attention, but for the great majority of those who are reclaimed water users, they certainly would pay attention. I am a little more apprehensive now because things have changed since we last talked when it comes to some service provisions within the county and where we would be financially. And so I do have some apprehensions now, but want to hear a little bit more about that. 18,000 gallons is a lot of water to use on one lawn. I have wells. I have 4 wells built at my house, so I don't use reclaimed water. But I try to be cognizant when there are dry seasons for the utilization of even my wells on my lawn. I think maybe a discussion within the community as well to talk about the potential for raising these rates and why. And then to see if between time, a communication education piece could be done where we could look at whether or not persons self-imposed a reduction of reclaimed water usage based on communicating this is what we would be looking at should this continue.
And thank you. I probably should have said this, and I didn't. The 3 options that you see here are revenue neutral.
Right.
So this is not a raising of rates, it's adjusting where the monies come from, who gets charged. So if you're a higher user, today you get charged, at the same rate as a lower user, and it's not rewarding someone who is maybe more conscious of a drought. So it's just a shift in how we apply the rates as options. The other thing you mentioned about monitoring or people who are watering during the rainy season. So I'm as guilty as everyone else that I set my timers on my irrigation system and then I go to work. And if it rains that day, I don't go and fix my irrigation system, or a lot of our constituents may not even know when their timers are set. We are significantly complete with the reclaimed AMI meters. One of the good benefits to that investment is that now we can see when water is going through the meter at 15-minute intervals, right? And we can automate notification campaigns. Hey, did you know you watered today? Because we've had 8 inches of rain in the last 2 weeks, right? So it's not enforcement, but it's certainly informational. We can push those out in text and emails, and it can all be automated. And of course, we're monitoring those kind of things on the back office. So we have some opportunity to do some more education and information sharing, to your point, to the community. I get it, they just want their lawn green.
Yeah, and that's my point. When reclaimed water was introduced as an alternative to utilizing potable water, a lot of people jumped on board because initially it was provided to them at no cost, and then there was a small nominal cost, which still is much better than if you had to use potable water to water on the same level. And so it's just communicating to the public that while we have at certain times an abundance of water, there are times when we don't have an abundance of water. And rather than putting on rations where we do you can only water on Mondays and Wednesdays if it's this address, then just kind of self-regulating, if you will. So I just wanted to share publicly the things that I said to you when I had my one-on-one, so that my colleagues could hear what my thoughts were.
And I'll bring up, since you mentioned St. Pete too, so this period of drought did force a lot of conversations between us and our other municipalities that also have water systems. And what we found is, try and stay out of the engineering talk, but essentially St. Pete, for instance, had excess water that they were discharging to the bay when we had drought and users that couldn't use water in Terra Verde, right? So within whatever 3 miles of each other, we're wasting the water, the commodity, and I have users that could use it. So we've actually started working with their engineering team at staff level to say, well, where are your pipes, where are our pipes? Why can't I buy your excess? And why can't I be a wholesale customer of you instead of just being a wholesale provider to City of Pinellas Park, for instance? So we're looking at those opportunities, not just with St. Pete, but Clearwater and Tarpon, and all of our regional people that have reclaimed systems and how can we regionalize the commodity more than we're currently doing. So we're working through some of the engineering parts of that. Of course, that's a several-year project, to do something like that. But
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Eggers, you have a question?
Yeah, just a question, a couple of comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm glad to hear about the discussion with other partners around the county to see how we can collaborate on the use of that valuable supply project. And it just goes without saying that we have two independent systems as well. And we've had discussions over the years to connect the two. I mean, a lot of times in the south end, and I don't mean recently, but over time, we've had excess and we've had to get rid of. In the north end, we were short, but there was no way to connect the two systems. So that may be something to take a look at again. I'm sure you do that from time to time. You made a comment in the beginning, and we have availability fee of $7 per month, and that's to folks that have the pipes out front but are not getting any supply. And you said it was for a loan payback. And so my question is how long was that loan? And when can we get rid of that $7 per month availability fee?
so they actually, Linda probably has the chart here, but those availability fees start retiring starting in 2027, I think. 26. And then over the period of the next 10 years, those will retire. So the majority of the infrastructure, that $7 a month fee will retire between 2029 and 2032. And we didn't build all the pipes in 1 year, we built them over 10 years, and so those availability fees are in a time sequence, but they are retiring by 2039.
And so everybody's availability fee has a different life to it.
Correct.
Well, that'll be nice and confusing as we try to unravel that. I'm glad to hear that it's not necessarily part of we haven't built it into our operating income, so it's totally separate and it's a loan payback so that when it's done, we can get rid of it without affecting our operating numbers for sure. So let me see here. So I do think the idea, I'm not quite sure the difficulty in implementing a demand and a supply side solution at the same time. I think maybe that should get a little bit more consideration because I certainly understand the issue of when we have droughts, if you will, or we're low on supply and some people just never get it. They're either out at the end of the system, they're in a bad location within the system, and they're just not getting it. So I do think that needs to be explored a little bit more. So that's just a thought. I like the idea of the lower rate up front. I like the idea. I see the excess of 15,000 gallons is getting a pretty hefty increase. And I think that gets back to the education. We've heard from the University of Florida over the years that a normal size, and I think that's what we have to look at, make sure that we've got the normal size lot here. You say not all are 15,000, some are bigger areas, but assuming that they're all the same, that 15,000, 18,000 gallons a month is more than enough to take care of our lawns. And I'm not sure that most of us believe that, but it's true. And at least that's what our university folks tell us from the University of Florida. And so I don't think to charge even more for that service, for that extra is I mean, the $492 is pretty cost prohibitive, but in the end of the day, maybe it should be. I mean, if all they need is 15,000 gallons, and that's a true number, then we should be ultimately discouraging at the highest possibilities within reason, people using it. So I think we need to make sure that number still holds from the folks that study that. There's also some technology, I think you've told me about it, Jeremy, where people can actually buy sensors for their lawns that when it gets too moist, it automatically can shut off systems as well. And so if it's dry, it won't. So you have the timer and you have a moisture reader that does things. So I think people can manage the system. It's really about people going from a system that has no management to it, which I was just horrified when I first got here and thought we didn't have meters, for crying out loud, to now we're going to be able to actually manage. We can manage, but I think our residents need to take that ownership too, more managing their system today than ever before. And through that process, you can get some pretty reasonable rates for a reasonable amount of water. And that takes education. I think Commissioner Flowers mentioned it on another item, but I think that's just really important. And the other overriding piece, I think, to what you were addressing with Commissioner Nowicki was that, we have to find places for outlets, whether it's the golf courses. Then the golf courses get criticized when it's dry, but they were there when it was wet. And we're moving towards situations in the state where we're not going to be allowed to dump at all any of our reclaim into the sound. So we're going to have to find a place for it. And if you give it to them when we need to give it to them, we got to give it to them when we don't want to give it to them. It's a kind of a balance there. So those are a lot of considerations. But anyway, this is it's good work, and I'm glad we have some time to take a look at these possibilities. And thanks for the report, Jeremy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Commissioner Peters?
So I'm one of those people that pays the $24 a month and doesn't have my sprinklers on. My system is so broken that all the pipes crack, and so I had turned it off last summer. And then, of course, a hurricane came, and those of us that live on the barrier island, we have not been watering our lawns. If you go down the streets, all those lawns are dead. Those people that still haven't got permits or just getting their permits have not been watering their lawn, but they're paying $24 a month. And so I like this demand side management. I really do. Which one, I think, is the discussion. But, if I haven't used my system for a year, and it's been about a year, and those of us that have been out of our homes for 6 months, we have not watered our lawns in 6 months, but every one of us are paying. And we're talking about tens of thousands of people that haven't been in their homes and are not watering their lawns, and they're paying it. And so I think just for that reason alone, we should be looking at some other kind of system, because we're penalizing them, and they're not even living in their homes. They're still in hotels, or they're in RVs in their driveways or something. So, and I still haven't fixed my system. I've got somebody coming Friday to finally redo my pipes because they were so brittle. But, I think if I'm going to be that water hog, then I should be penalized and pay more. And I don't think that should be an issue. And it isn't right that Terra Verde is not getting water. Many of them were not getting water at all. They couldn't even get the sprinklers to pop up because there was no pressure. And so if I'm one of those water hogs that's preventing water from getting to the rest of the community, then I should be held responsible. And now that we have the meters, I think we have more of a way to know. But communication, we got a lesson in Terra Verde just yesterday that if we don't communicate well, it's not going to work out very well for us. So I really think the communication piece is going to be really important. And as though we can let them know that we're looking at this and we're discussing this, I almost think because it impacts so many that it's almost worth having community meetings out in the community to talk about this, because I think people are tired of everything going up all the time. I mean, they're tired of it. And I don't blame them. And I understand that inflation has made everything more expensive, and I understand all that stuff. But especially the people that have been suffering with these storms and they're paying, I think the conversation has to go to the community even before you talk to us about it, because people are tired. They're really tired. So, but again, and I don't appreciate that I've paid $24 a month and haven't used the service. My fault, I didn't get it fixed quicker. Of course, the storm damage those 6 months, now on 7th month, I mean, I haven't even started, I've been working on my house, I haven't even considered starting on my lawn. So I don't know, I think the conversation has to go to the community, and I am all in favor in doing some kind of demand-style management. I completely support that. If I'm a good steward during the drought system, and I'm only watering 1 day a week, but other people aren't, let the people that aren't adhering to the rules pay a little more. I don't have a problem with that. Thanks.
Either the Chris, do you have any questions? You guys have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just add that I also would support the demand pricing or even the seasonal pricing. But I think the demand pricing would be a good idea.
Mr. Chair, any questions?
Thank you, Chair. I had a couple questions. The Chestnut Park project, is that basically creating a reservoir for storage?
Yes, it would be an aquifer reservoir. The way it works is you pump the water in and you draw it out somewhere else, so it's not a contained.
It's an open pond, it'll be an open pond reservoir?
No, it'll be a well.
Oh, okay.
Aquifer injection.
Really? Okay. Do we have any reservoirs for either of these systems, north or south?
Reclaimed water, we do not have a reservoir. We have storage tanks at a few locations.
Yeah, I've seen this, I saw the storage tank I was looking. I've seen other systems where they have large reservoirs. Do we have any, is anybody looking to see if we have any properties that we could turn into a reservoir for these systems?
Yes, and actually I should correct my statement. At the Dunn Treatment Facility, we do have a reservoir pond there that is for reclaimed water.
Where's that?
That's at the W.E. Dunn Wastewater Treatment Facility,
Off all 19.
the North Treatment Plant.
I just, I'm always thinking about.
But yes, so.
Reservoirs would be nice. Maybe we could do them joint with the other municipalities and for access periods and.
So we don't have, well, in order to get the volume you need for a reservoir, so on a typical watering day, we are delivering, in the peak delivery season, 25 million gallons of water. So in order to meet a demand of, say, 30 or 35 million gallons, you would need a 10 million gallon reservoir, maybe even bigger. So we would have to really think about where that land is located in Pinellas County, because once you start locating a reservoir outside Pinellas County, we have to pipe it there.
Right.
And you're going through someone else's county, easements, roads, all those different things. So it is absolutely an option. We have not identified currently a piece of property that would provide the volume that we would need, but it's certainly on the table.
Okay.
That's part of the $20 million that you were referring to earlier, right?
No, the $20 million referred to earlier is just to install valves in the system to isolate zones.
Okay. And ditto on Commissioner Peters, and I would support the demand side. And I was wondering if that is the official reclaimed water tie for your department.
It should be. I didn't think about that, but I could be.
It is color coordinated, I have to say.
I'll get one of Brian's buttons and stick a utilities button on there.
Anyway.
So as we keep buying land for conservation, is there any way we can use any of that land? We bought the Bay Hill Golf Course, whatever. I know that's stormwater, that we're doing that for stormwater. And I think that's a great project, but as we keep buying land for conservation, and I know there's some properties that we've been looking at, it's not the most ideal little pond for a passive park, but, we are looking at buying more land.
It's a
Why
great
not?
question, Commissioner. I don't know the answer to that. We should certainly look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Just to add to that, Commissioner, when I did tour Manatee County, their water supply, they had their emergency flow ponds, but those were also connected to their reclaimed water reservoirs, and they can have a dual purpose. So if there's a storm coming, you can pump out the reclaimed water reservoir, and it'll be there for emergency containment. So it could be ponds can be used for dual purposes. just to let you know.
And we have been looking at alternatives for additional tanks. So above-ground storage, where we have places where you can stick a tank on existing utility property, the property we already own. But that's 1 or 2 million gallons, not 10 or 15 or 20, for a pretty high capital cost to build a tank.
So I've got a couple of questions, Jeremy. So on the supply side, do we anticipate that we're ever going to have more reclaimed water than we have now, or do we think this is pretty much what we're going to have? It's going to reduce? What do we think this
Over
supply side-
time, my projection is that we will actually reduce the reclaimed availability. There is ongoing water conservation, so reclaimed water only results from wastewater reaching the system.
Right.
And as we use less water in toilets and showers, which we encourage tremendously to save our potable water supplies, that means less wastewater at the wastewater plant. Also, we are heavily investing in I&I reduction, so it's inflow and infiltration into the sewer system, right? You've seen those projects. All of that groundwater and rainwater that gets in the sewer system becomes reclaimed water.
Right.
So as we tighten up our system, we will actually reduce water coming to the plant, which is good for the plant operations, bad for reclaimed water supply.
Right.
So the short answer is I think actual reclaimed water supply will probably go down.
So the system we have today is a system, we're never going to expand it. It's what we have today is what we have today.
Generally, yes, if we find a way to regionalize the resource and we can purchase excess from a different utility, then maybe we would expand the system, but that's a big maybe.
Connectivity with other systems, right? Okay. Well, I mean, based on that, I think we should look at both options. I think we should look at supply management and demand management, honestly. Because if we anticipate that resource is going to get less and not more, I think we should honestly take a look at doing both. All right, I think that was all I had. And when are we going to be completed with the AMI meter installations?
So the reclaim meters are essentially done. We're just following up on what I'll call the difficult locations. The overall water and reclaim together system will be done by October of '26 is what the contract deadline is. Okay. We anticipate that they'll be done sooner than that, probably spring of '26. Okay. The meters will be in the ground.
Oh, and one other question I got. Do we anticipate on the system that we have now, as the availability fee, the $7 starts kind of phasing out, are we going to have any major maintenance items that are going to come up for that system, that major CIP projects that they have to be, revamped, replaced, anything like that?
So we already have CIP projects, and
I know we're doing the pumps and all of that stuff.
So the reclaim system is built at the plant. So it was originally funded as part of the sewer fund, because essentially it's a sewer operation to turn sewage water into reclaimed water. The short answer to your question is I don't anticipate a lot of CIP projects and piping down roads. Most of those pipes are plastic pipes that have 80 to 100-year lifespan. They were built in the early 2000s, so we're pretty good on pipe condition and pipe sizing, that type of thing.
Got it. Okay. All right, great. Anything else?
Oh, I think Vince was first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Jeremy, are you going to be here at our next meeting to talk about the Pinellas Park
Yes.
contract? Okay, because I think it's just important to, come prepared for that. I mean, because that agreement looks like it's dated back from 1995, where we're still locked in the same legacy of giving them 5.7 million gallons a day. And the rate that we charge shall not be used to subsidize the cost of providing reclaimed water to retail residents, but yet we're asking unincorporated residents to subsidize the cost of infrastructure that would ultimately benefit their water supply. So I think it's important to really look at that contract because there's no fixed pricing on that. And it says in that contract that they're to be treated equally as unincorporated residents. So I think if they're being treated equally with the water supply, they're charged equally. So I think that's just something to look at, and maybe we could talk a little bit between now and that to hone in on that contract. I'd like that. So, okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Yeah, Brian.
Commissioner Pitcher. Oh, Dave, go for it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just wanted to emphasize 2 points again. To your point, Chair, about limited supply, I think there's no question that the demand side needs to be looked at, but that was kind of the point I was making earlier. I don't see why we can't, walk and chew gum at the same time, that we can't do a demand side and a supply side, at least look at it, because as we do have a less and less supply and we get people using, more management of their system, I think it's going to be important. And I wanted to go back to Commissioner Nowicki has brought this up twice now about Pinellas Park, and I have no issues looking at any of it. But I believe it's part of the South Side system, not the North Side system. The South Side system generally always has, I say generally always, but the last year's obviously doesn't count, but generally always has excess supply at different times of the year. So we're always having to try to find places for it. If we could connect to the North Side, I think the discussion would even have more relevance. But because it doesn't, and we need a place to put it, and we're not going to be able to put it out in the Sound much longer, I think we have to be careful about those issues. I have no problem looking at it, but just a cautionary statement. That's all. Thank you.
We'll come prepared next time. And I, Commissioners, I really do like the idea of going down that dual path, as you stated. We have a customer service issue. If you're at the end of the pipe, you can't get, that's untenable. We need to fix that.
Yeah.
And so Jeremy and them will look at advancing both of those simultaneously.
So Jeremy, I asked before, a lot of the homes on that flooded lost the tops of, where the valves are in the yard and the covers. So I lost a bunch of my covers, and my landscapers or someone's going to walk through my yard walking their dog and roll their ankle and fall in those holes. When you guys went out and checked, did you replace them, or is it up to the homeowner to replace those, to size them and replace them?
If it's in the irrigation system, it's on the customer side.
Okay, because my turnoff valve is by the street and it's in the easement, but it's missing all the covers. And I've got people that walk their dog and they just walk up in the yard, and I know they're going to fall into that hole where the switch is, and I haven't even looked to find out where you buy those covers, much less measure them, but you always had them color-coded, so purple was one and green is another, and I would imagine most homeowners lost those covers, like I did. And so we've got holes in the yard where those valves are, and I just didn't know, is that the homeowner's responsibility to replace those, or should the county be checking and making sure that where those valves are, mostly in the easement, where those valves are covered?
So the meter boxes are our responsibility. So if the meter box lid, so the rectangle, it's about 2 feet big, is gone, then we should be fixing that. Hopefully you don't see much of those missing still. But past that meter, it's a private side problem.
Okay, mine are all in the easement, they're all at the street, so I know they fall under you. But I was just curious, because
Yeah, we'll have someone.
I almost rolled my ankle in one just the other day, so.
Yeah, we'll have someone go, and we're out there reading this. We're still reading some meters manually, so as we have people in the field, I'll start looking for that.
Okay, I was just curious, and if you are going out there, it'd be worth looking at, because it's a hazard, and if it's in the easement, that lawsuit's probably going to fall on us anyways.
And that's the C-Click Fix app, not that you want to do this 100 times, but if there's one or two, the C-Click Fix app really gets us located to the pinpoint of where.
Oh, great, thanks.
All right, thanks, Jeremy, appreciate it. Okay, the next item, I don't believe we're talking about, Terra Verde MSTU, because we've, I think, kind of decided not to do that, but we may want to have some comments about it.
Yeah, I have some comments about it, and Commissioner Nowicki was at both of them, as was I, and Chris Shear went to one. I have here, they gave me 173 petitions against it, and they got the 173 signatures in 2 hours. So aside from all the emails you got, clearly the community is not interested in having an additional tax put on them. And what the difference was, Terra Verde, they really care about their community. And there are certain things that they have expectations on having for the taxes that they pay. And the MSTU has been a really great option in so many other areas of the county that are unincorporated. What's different is in those areas like Seminole for the Recreation District and Palm Harbor and East Lake and Feather Sound. Feather Sound is the best one to compare. They don't have a community-wide HOA that they tax their people on. Terra Verde does. And so for Terra Verde, it would have been almost a duplicative tax. And they'd be paying the administration of their HOA and the administration of the MSTU. And it would have been very duplicative. And so they were very vocal about the enhancements that they want, but they don't want an additional tax. The HOA is kind of going back to their original mission, so they're going to be lowering their fees. So I think as they come back and the HOA gets back to the mission they originally set and stop doing the enhancements that they were doing, I think the community gets a feel of more of what it is they do want. They're very clear about the median going to Fort DeSoto, that they want that have beautification. That's a state asset, not a county asset. So I did tell them I'd reach out to Senator DeSigley, since he's the chairman of the Transportation Appropriations Committee, that's the perfect person to assist them. If he could get some proviso language that would be recurring, would be great. So I'll help them set up a meeting with him when session's over. It's too late this year to likely put anything in the budget. But they also have some concerns about the cost of lighting on the streets, which is not something the county does. The medians in the community, the county doesn't typically do those, but those are things they have expectations for. So Audrey's going to spend a lot more time in Terra Verde and really kind of listen and brainstorm and come up with some solutions. Their big issue is the liability, and the liability issue has not come up in any other MSTU. And unless I'm saying anything wrong, Barry, you can correct me, but their fear is that if somebody gets hurt on those medians, if the county has the liability, we have a cap. If the state has the liability, they have a cap. But if the county takes on a project or the MSTU takes on the project, it becomes a third party, and they don't have that cap, and that's what their major concern is. So Audrey's going to do some research and see how the liability is working in the other communities, talk with Jules' department and get clarity on the liability. And so I think it's going to take some time to come up with some resolutions in Terra Verde to get them the enhancement they want, and how we get there. So Barry, if you want to add to it, or Vince.
Well, I think at this point, suffice to say, we could get into the specifics of like the liability. I remember Chair Scott's response, to a group that wrote in on that. I think I was correct. They think, on my interpretation, they thought differently. We agreed, let's sit down and look at the language, okay? So if we've got communication issues, let's fix it, Let's have more meaningful dialogue at a table where we can have those types of detailed discussions. Suffice it to say, there's a lot of different issues in the community. There's differences between what TVCA does and condo associations. I don't think they get what TVCA does. And so there's plenty of opportunity for us to come together, do things differently, work together. And we made a commitment from a staff standpoint to work with them, to engage, to go to any of the meetings that they want us at, to have those next level of conversations. So we look forward to partnering with them, figuring out how to solve some of the community issues, misinformation, or enhance areas where we need to improve. So that was the commitment that was made. It was a spirited meeting last night. And so I think we've got the issues on the table, and now it's up to us to come together to try to address them.
I didn't realize there were multiple homeowners associations even out there. I thought TVCA was pretty much it. So I was sort of surprised when I started getting like hundreds of emails from people in other HOAs saying we don't even pay TVCA, or if we do pay them, we don't know why we pay them, or whatever. So there's definitely a lot of things to be worked out.
Yeah, so we look forward to working with them. I did get a kick. There was a gentleman that was there, and he came up to me afterwards. He's a retired city manager. He goes, I love being a homeowner for once. And, but he moved there and is enjoying his second life. And so anyway, lots of opportunity there. But that's somebody also that is offered to come and help bridge, these issues. And he understands that from a kind of a daily standpoint, something he did. So,
All right. Vince, and then we'll go to Chris.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to, start off by saying just, all the hard work that staff, put into the presentations and showing up, setting up chairs, taking down chairs. So staff, I thought, did a really great job in all the after-hours work they did. But then also, thanks to the, residents of Terra Verde who showed up, who were engaged in meetings, emails, through every channel, phone calls, Facebook posts. They made their voices heard loud and clear. And, I think the idea was well-intentioned at the time. It became quickly clear that there was not a strong community support behind it. And the feedback, was thoughtful, passionate, and overwhelmingly opposed. But I think the residents weren't just pushing back on attacks. They were also asking for a better process and more transparency and accountability on how their existing tax dollars are being used. And so it seems like we've listened, we've heard that. I think there'll be ongoing meetings. And so I obviously supported the decision of not moving forward with an MSTU from the beginning, but I think this is a good opportunity to reset the conversation about the service, funding, and really continue the trust being built in the community to unincorporated residents. I think it was a good step forward, and I'm looking forward to the ongoing conversations. Thank you.
Commissioner Leffel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to vote against it just based on the community outreach that we all received, or at least I received. I assume you all received it as well. And I thank the residents for their reaching out to us. And, really the only time we do these MSTUs is when there's community support for them. And so it's obvious Terra Verde does not want an MSTU, and that's fine. But the one thing that I'll add is, hopefully they do not expect us to pay for things that the MSTU was going to be paying for. And that is something that the community association should be picking up the tab. And it sounds like, they'll be doing a better job of that. And I do want to thank staff for all the hard work that they put into this endeavor.
Yeah, that's a good point that you and Commissioner Nowicki brought up. I mean, there was a ton of work the staff put into this thing, and I spent a lot of time over the last week looking over that presentation and just trying to study and understand that, because I think it was very well intentioned, and the projects that were proposed were things that we had kind of heard the community wanted. Yeah. So the sort of the backlash on that was surprising to me, but it clearly showed that not all of the community had been engaged in that, and that's what we have to make sure happens. And when we did the Seminole MSTU, I think we had maybe 2 or 3 people in opposition, and then you had families showing up with their kids saying, "We want this." So the community support was pretty overwhelming in that instance. So,
well, I think to Commissioner Lavalle's point, I did make clear on things that we would do and not do, but that's hard. I mean, that's where residents don't understand. I pay taxes. Why can't I have X? And you have a Bayway median, that's going through their community, and they're impacted by the traffic. And so it's a natural thing to say, where are my taxes going, right? Trying to get the level of service and how we maintain our roads and the level of standards that we maintain our roads, that's a lot of information. And so we had those discussions, but we did, try to clarify those levels of service that we do. It was very surprising that there was not support for the rec center, for a variety of reasons, So that was one thing that came out of it, where I think, I wasn't here in 2017 when you prepared your plan, but that's what was presented to the community. But I think that came out of a smaller group of people that maybe we didn't have a sense of the broader community when we put it on as part of a community priority. Those are the types of things that I think we can learn from and move forward with.
Yeah, just want to clarify, that was just the first of 2 community meetings. It wasn't, I mean, we didn't even have it on the agenda to vote for it. So, they kind of thought we were pushing the cart before the horse, but it really was the first 2 of what would be any community meetings to see if that's what they want. So it really wasn't that us ramrodding through. It wasn't that we were voting on it at this time. It was the start of what you do. Right. You start a community conversation. And what I loved about it is it might have been misconceived that they thought we were ramming this down their throat. We weren't. But what I loved is their engagement. Their engagement, I mean, holy cow, their engagement was incredible. And I wish the community was engaged like that all over the county, because it would be wonderful. It's easier to represent people when you know how they feel. And so they made it very clear what kind of representation they're expecting out of us. And so it's going to be our responsibility to, listen to what they have to say. And just, if you haven't thought about this, and, I know Vince has heard me say it, but they're the only people in the county and probably in the state that have to pay a toll to go to the grocery store or a drugstore. They're the only ones. Nobody else in the county has to pay a toll to go to the drugstore or go to a grocery store. And I bet if you looked around the state, even at Sanibel, they have a grocery store on the island. So they don't have to pay that toll to go to the grocery store. So I don't care. You go around the whole state, you're not going to find many people that have to pay a toll to go to the grocery store, get basic needs of food. And so I understand why they get frustrated. They have to put up with a lot of traffic. And they're the only ones that have to pay more than anybody else to go get food. And so I understand some of their frustration, and it's something that nobody ever really thinks about, that they have to pay a toll to go get food or medicine. So I just wanted to bring that up and clarify that, we weren't pushing this down the road on a vote. If we are trying to look for solutions for them to have the enhancements they want. That clearly isn't the right solution at this point, but it's everything that they said was not unreasonable.
Agreed. All right, so before we get into our next program, we have lunch here. Do we want to take a break for lunch? Because we've got the CDBG presentation, which is probably going to be a little chunky, and then we've got agenda review. So do we want to press on, or do you want to break for lunch? What do y'all want to do? Well, I know if I ask Chris, he's going to say lunch. Yeah. So. I don't know. Are you ready? They're ready. Okay. All right. So you want to take 30 minutes? Sure. Okay. Okay. All right. We'll be back at how about 12:20? Okay. All right. get back at it here. Thank you for lunch, by the way. Much appreciated. All right, so now we're going to move on to the CDBG-DR program. So come on up. Good to see you all again.
Hopefully everybody is satiated and not too much so. We'll try to keep you awake as best we can, but.
We've got coffee over here.
Good. Again, I'm Ryan Flannery. This is Jenna Abbey. We're directors with Horn. It's great to be with you all again today. It's an exciting day. We put a lot of work into this plan. We've worked very closely with the county, the ACAs, the administrator. Everybody has been amazing through this process. Just the direction, the leadership, the decisiveness has really made for a very effective and efficient planning process thus far. We're not done. We have a little ways to go, but we're close to the end of the beginning, which is important. And we're very excited to share this with you all today and seek your comments and your feedback and your input on what we've done thus far and see if there's anything we can do to make it better. Okay. So our agenda today, we're going to start with a quick update in our timeline, and then we'll move into the survey results. And I do have to give a shout out to the comms team. We've had amazing survey results. We've done a couple of public hearings as well, a few public hearings as well with amazing turnout there. So we've got a lot of wonderful engagement from the community, a lot to go by, a lot of information that we've taken and incorporated into the plan. And that's very important to the overall efforts. It's important to HUD, and it's important to understanding what our residents do need to recover. So very much appreciate all that hard work. We're also going to talk about the survey results that we received, again, through the comms team, through the website. We've had paper surveys, and we've had a lot of great response there, which Jenna will talk about here shortly. We're going to talk about our unmet needs analysis. When we spoke before, we shared the concept of the unmet needs analysis. And we're going to talk about where we landed. This is pretty much where we're going to be in terms of the data, in terms of the input, and where the breakouts should be from a HUD perspective as we also then move into what our proposed programs and budgets are proposed to look like at this time. And then we'll get into timeline and next steps. We're more than happy to engage in any kind of conversation. If any questions, comments you have along the way, please do feel free to speak up, or we could wait till the end, whichever way you'd like to go. We are more than happy to accommodate. Okay, Jenna?
All right, so the last time we were here, we went over the schedule. I'm happy to tell you the schedule has not changed. There has been no delay. We are right smack in the middle of that orange box on the bottom, very close to the day when we will publish the draft action plan for public comment. The action plan will be published for public comment next Wednesday, April the 23rd, followed immediately by another public hearing, and 3 public hearings to follow after that. One here at the May 6th BCC meeting, one virtual on May 13th, followed by another virtual hearing on May 15th. We've had a great turnout on the April 7th public hearing and the April 10th meeting, lots of great community input, and we expect the same at the remaining 4. Like Ryan said, we've had overwhelming survey results. So the county published a survey on the disaster recovery website, as well as we've brought paper copies of that survey to every public hearing. And to date, we've received over 3,000 resident surveys. That's incredible. The survey closes this Friday at midnight, so we're still receiving surveys as I stand here today. But this pie chart and the table along the side reflects what Pinellas County residents have listed as their #1 recovery need. As you can see in blue, the biggest piece of the pie reflects housing need. So residents overwhelmingly voted for housing as the largest unmet disaster recovery need, with housing recovery assistance for single-family home repair, replacement, or reimbursement topping the housing sector. Second, residents voted for infrastructure. Nearly 30% of residents put infrastructure as their #1 recovery need. Followed by public services. 7% of people answered that public services, primarily financial assistance to address financial loss and hardship due to the storm, was their #1 recovery need. And only 1% of residents reported economic development, such as workforce training, business support, community, commercial revitalization as their number one need. The unmet needs assessment, so this slide reflects what the data tells us. This slide reflects what HUD required us to do, the unmet needs analysis. This was informed by data from FEMA individual assistance, FEMA public assistance, the Small Business Administration, county data, et cetera. This is the unmet needs by the data. Similar to the resident surveys, housing overwhelmingly ranks number one in the unmet needs category, representing 78% of the county's unmet need, or $3.1 billion. Second place here is economy, 13%, or $525 million worth of unmet need, followed by infrastructure at 5% and public services at 4%. We spoke a little bit last time about how HUD expects that the county's programs are proportionate to their unmet needs, and we hope that the programs we described today will reflect that the county's been responsive to that mandate.
So this slide summarizes where we've landed, and this may look similar to those of you who have joined us at public hearings so far. And what we're showing here is at the sector level, housing, economy, infrastructure, and public services. We're showing our breakdown of proposed budgets by individual program, which fall under each of those categories, and then ultimately how much of that budget, how that budget aligns with the unmet needs percentages. So as you can see, with respect to the housing sector, our budget is at 74%, our unmet needs are at 78%. Survey results were at 63%. We're very close. We're closely in line with all three, and so that is something that HUD is going to be looking for. The economy, our budget's at 4%, our unmet needs are at 13%, and survey results were around 1%. Again, generally in line. Mitigation infrastructure, this is really our infrastructure funding that we'll be allocating to. The budget is at 13%, unmet needs at 5%, survey results at 29%. And then public services, again, that aligns very closely, 4% and 4% based on the data and the budget, and then survey results come in just a bit higher than that. And we're gonna break down each of these programs in more detail as we go through the slide deck. So this next slide is really just showing this in a bit of a different perspective, just visually, graphically showing the bars on the left are showing the budget allocations, the bars on the right are showing the percent of unmet needs. So we really are demonstrating here that our budgets and our unmet needs really are in alignment, and this is generally what HUD is looking for within an action plan that they can typically review and approve quickly and with limited to no, hopefully, comments.
I have a quick question on the program budget versus unmet needs slide. When comparing the budget percentage, the unmet need percentage, and the survey result percentage, what is the general range that HUD looks for in the differences between those percentages?
So HUD does not have a set range that they look for. I can tell you as somebody who has reviewed and approved or denied several action plans, it has to be reasonable. And this only tells part of the story. So what an action plan will describe will be the data, okay, and then it'll be supported by the public input. And then what we'll talk about in the plan are all of the other sources of funding that have come in. Right, so when we look at, for example, infrastructure, we're proposing a budget of 13%, but that's really for mitigation, okay? So the unmet needs at 5%, we're not really seeking to address the unmet needs through infrastructure. But we have other sources of funding to come in to address what is the smallest unmet need there. And I would say, and I was asked this question recently in another forum, 10% is kind of a rule of thumb, but it's not necessarily followed. It's really, there are many inputs that go into that determination. And so, you know, one of the things that we will do is, before we submit the plan to HUD, is we will share this with HUD and we'll talk to them. We'll be proactive with them. We'll get their feedback. If they have heartburn about anything in particular, we'll take a look at what we did and see if we need to make any revisions before we submit, or if we feel really confident in what we're submitting. And then we'll move forward from there. But generally speaking, it is a sort of an art and a science, right, that goes into this, and there's a sort of a bigger conversation around that.
So they'll tell you beforehand if there are issues with the plan?
Yes, and I don't want to speak for HUD, but I don't think they're going to have any issues. Just based on my experience, I think that this will be in line with what they're looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Okay, so getting into the fun part, the programs. Before we dive into the proposed programs, you guys are going to hear a lot about income limits as we talk through the programs. As a reminder, HUD requires that 70% of the overall grant funding here goes to benefit low to moderate income households. Those are households at or below 80% of the area median income, adjusted for family size. I believe you all have a printed copy of this in front of you, but on this slide, we're taking just a quick pit stop. These are the income limits for Pinellas County in 2025. So when we say LMI, the income limit for a family of 4 is $83,450. If we say up to 120%, same family of 4, that income limit is $125,160. First program proposed in the action plan is the Homeowner Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program. This program aims to repair, reconstruct, or replace single-family homes that have remaining storm damage from Helene, Idalia, and Milton. The program will target primarily households with incomes up to 80% of the area median income, but also has funding set aside to serve those with incomes up to 120% AMI. The program proposes to provide up to $375,000 to repair, reconstruct, or replace homes with remaining storm damage, and work will be completed by Pinellas County-approved contractors. This does include mobile or manufactured homes. The total program budget for this program is $490 million, and the estimated number of households to be served is 1,100.
A quick question.
Sure.
I just did going through these slides, reviewing them the other day, just doing some quick math. 1,100 times 375,000 comes up to 412 million. So is there a difference, a reason for the differences on these slides?
There is. So every program includes what are called activity delivery costs, or ADCs. There is a cost to deliver all of these programs: case management, cost to determine eligibility, permitting. So the estimated number of units served is determined by backing out the ADCs and then dividing the remainder by an average unit cost. It's anticipated that the average will be lower than the max. Not everyone will qualify for the maximum award. That's how the estimate is determined.
I figured there was a methodology for that.
Yes, sir.
We can share it with you as well if you'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Brian?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, yeah, so it says here 1,100 households, and it talks about, it includes manufactured housing. We've had a lot of input from some of our mobile home communities. Do we have a sense of the number of households of the 1,100 that are mobile home community properties?
Not at this time. That will depend on who applies. There will be prioritization outlined in the action plan for how the program prioritizes applications received. This will be a voluntary program, so applicants or homeowners in the county who are interested will have to submit an application. The number of mobile homes who are served in the program will depend on the number of mobile home owners who apply.
Commissioner, also, we need to come up with a specific strategy around mobile homes. There's so many different ownership situations and issues with the entire park and its location. There needs to be more work on that prior to launching of this program.
And we're going to get into a program that we have set aside some funding to be able to work towards that goal. So that's coming up very soon.
Yeah, that's a it just adds another layer of complication, no question about it. But I think critically important to our community here in Pinellas County. So I appreciate that thought process. Looking forward to that input. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have put a lot of thought into this, and there's a lot more thought to come. Let's put it that way. Good. Other questions?
Oh, good.
Okay.
That's it.
The end.
No, it's just the clicker's not working. I don't know if there's another way to advance it, but.
Oh, there we
There we
go. Okay, next program, homeowner reimbursement program. So we understand that there are a lot of households in the county who have already started or completed repairs to their home. They may have come out of their retirement fund, they may have drained their savings, scraped what they could together to repair the damages to their home. So this program aims to make those homeowners whole or alleviate some of that financial burden. This program provides reimbursement for eligible repairs made to single-family homes damaged by Hurricanes Helene, Idalia, and Milton. It would pay for up to $50,000 of eligible repairs already completed by the homeowner. Work has to be completed before the applicant applies to the program. The estimated budget is $21 million to serve an estimated 350 households. Households with incomes up to 120% of area median income would be eligible. Yes, correct. This would be reimbursing costs that haven't been reimbursed by other sources. Thanks, Barry.
And we do anticipate the 350, the way that this would work out, the 350 households to be served under this program would be separate, would be in addition to and separate from the households being served under the Rehabilitation Reconstruction Program. We wanted to do that intentionally, recognizing that some folks have done what they needed to do to get their homes repaired, and to be able to have a carved out budget specifically for that population of people who did the right thing.
Next, we have the small rental program, the local landlord program. This program is a lot like the homeowner repair reconstruction program. Oh, sorry, I skipped a program on the slides. Okay. This program provides affordable rental housing by repairing, reconstructing, or replacing small rental units owned by local landlords. These units will be repaired or replaced to be occupied by low to moderate income tenants for a period of no less than 5 years. Same award cap, up to $375,000 for repair, reconstruction, or replacement of damaged small rental property, with an estimated budget of $58 million and an estimated 177 rental units served. There is no income restriction on the landlord here. The income restriction is on the tenant at the end. Houses that are assisted have to be leased to low to moderate income households, those with incomes up to 80% AMI. And Ryan, if you'll go back, I'm sorry, I skipped one. The Homebuyer Assistance Program. This program targets first-time homebuyers within the county with incomes up to 100% of the area median income and provides up to $80,000 for down payment, subsidized interest rates, and closing costs so that they can purchase homes within the county. This program has a dual strategy by, one, allowing low and medium income families to access home ownership, and two, freeing up affordable rental housing by making renters owners. The program has a $20 million budget with an estimated 210 households served.
Okay, and so as I had mentioned before, we do understand that MHP, MHU, challenges exist within the county, especially after the storms. And as we went through the planning process, this is why we do planning. It's something that really has risen to the top of a lot of the sort of more challenging conversations we had about what do we do. Understanding that some will be served through the other programs that we've already described, but there may be circumstances where it just is not feasible to serve certain folks in certain mobile home parks or in certain mobile homes for a number of reasons. So we are proposing the strategic relocation program. It's really about relocation and revitalization to some extent, meaning this is a broadly described program. So it gives us opportunities to do things outside of the box to some extent. We're not necessarily pigeonholed into doing rehab or reconstruction. We're not necessarily required to do relocation. There may be other things that we can do, for example, if it makes sense and it's more feasible to provide some assistance directly to a mobile home park owner, and that is it's more financially advantageous to the program and to the county to do that. We have the flexibility to do that here. This is a program that will require additional thought development, policy development, interaction, communication. But in the end, it's giving us an alternative to what we know is a problem that's bigger than CDBG disaster recovery and the amount of funding that we have. So we do want to be able to focus in on that and understand it better, and then address those challenges with the, within the parameters that we have. Okay. And we spoke previously about the concept of disaster relief payments. Disaster relief payments are not necessarily a housing type of program, but they can be related to people's challenges they've experienced with their housing situations. These disaster relief payments are considered a public service under the CDBG-DR program. They are capped at 15% of the entire award, but what we can do here and what we propose to do is offer up to $15,000 per household for instances where they've experienced a hardship as a result of the storms. Okay, that could be job loss, displacement, loss of income. There could be other factors. HUD has not really, this is a new activity, so HUD has not really defined all of the requirements or all of the eligible uses. We're gonna lead the way on this one from a policy standpoint. But it is a unique and I think a really great opportunity for us to help the residents of our county who have really had a tough time. It's not going to make them whole, but it certainly is going to be a help to get some money in their pockets and help them recover and spend that money on things that will help them recover.
I have a question on, for instance, the disaster relief payments. $32 million for up to 2,000 residents, and it's up to 15,000 in reimbursements. When I do the math of 32 million divided by 2,000 residents, I get $16,000. And on the small rental rehab, when I do the math, it comes out to 495,000, not 375,000. For the homeowner, for the home buyer assistance program, I get 95,000 per person or per housing unit, not 80,000. And then the home buyer reimbursement program, I get 60,000, not 50,000. And then the same with the other one. Why are the numbers off?
It's a great question, and it's the same answer that we had given to Chair Scott, in that what we're trying to show is what we believe to be the most accurate representation of the number of residents to be served when you factor in the cost to deliver programs. So we're not in that budget that includes the cost to deliver the activity. There is intake that has to occur. There's case management that has to occur. So there is a cost to deliver these programs. We are factoring that cost into the calculation when we say this is how many residents we believe that can be served. To the extent that the cost comes down a bit, we can serve more. But right now, we're using a rule of thumb of generally around 16%, which is what HUD's rule of thumb is for it's called activity delivery costs, and it's built into every one of these budgets. And the budget minus the activity delivery cost gets us to the amount that would be program funds that then is divided to get to that number of units of people of what we're in terms of the estimate number to be served. That's how we get to that. And again, we have this in a spreadsheet we can share with you so you can see how this works. I know it may not make a lot of sense in how we're describing it right now, but it is the cost to implement these programs is what we are factoring in.
So each individual program has its own cost, and there wouldn't be just one administrative cost to do the whole thing together?
So there is so with the CDBG, there are administrative costs. Administrative costs are those that are not associated with the program. And you're capped at 5% of the entire grant award amount for administrative costs. Those would be things like, working at the administrator's time that he spends on non-specific program items. It could be legal costs. It could be monitoring and compliance costs that are not associated specifically with programs. But when you deliver programs, HUD allows for activity delivery costs, program delivery costs. They're used synonymously. And that is the amount of funding that it costs to actually implement the program, recognizing that in order to do outreach, in order to get people in the front door, in order to make the phone calls, in order to design the program, in order to do all those things, there is a cost to do that. And so that's where that cost to implement is really what it is it's a cost really associated with every CDBG-DR program.
Commissioner, the intent is we're going to bid out these programs to drive to that, and so they'll have, you got to set up, this program, you'll have to set up a call center and do case management. This program is more submitting documentation, so it'll be different for each program. But there is, that program cost is what he's referring to. The other thing I wanted to say is, you know, we're going down with the plan. That plan, though, is a 5-year, 6-year, whatever it is, 6-year plan. You know, after year one, we're going to be in here having that same discussion about how many people actually applied. And we may choose to modify the amount of people and say, we're not going to do this and we're going to do this. Or not enough people applied here and we want to shift the priority, or we want to increase the income limits, or we want to shift that money over to a different program. So there's going to have to be some constant evaluation of of the programs that we have throughout this 5-year period.
And HUD allows you to switch after the fact?
They do, and the thing they'll tell you is you got to show that you've met the unmet need, and then you can request a waiver on income, for instance. But you have a lot of flexibility within that, and that's going to be part of the process as we go through this. We're not going to turn on all the programs at once. We're going to turn on a few programs and then evaluate community needs based upon, you know, lessons learned from that as we advance these programs.
So that brings up a question. We've talked before that as you know, the hurricanes decimated people that lived along the beach, all up and down Pinellas County. But I would assume a lot of them would not qualify for any of these programs.
I think a lot of them will.
So, but if people do not qualify, or I'm sorry, if people do not sign up for some of these programs and there's money left over, can we go back to HUD and say, we have money left over, you know, however much, can we then ask them to open that up to people without, you know, and maybe do a couple 100% of?
The answer is yes, but I'll let them answer.
Yes, the answer is yes. And to the extent that we would like to increase any of the non-LMI threshold that's currently set at 120%, because it's not a HUD requirement, by the way. 120% is just a rule of thumb. But the 80% is the HUD requirement. If there is a desire to go above that, we could. Now, there is always the HUD perspective of, are you supporting, are you addressing the needs of those who have the least resources to recover? And if we can make that case that we are, to your point, and to the administrator's point, then you can go back and you can modify policies, procedures, programs, the action plan, and you can say, we now have a new tier of people that we want to assist because we've done everything we could for the population that is sort of most challenged with respect to their recovery.
They did a survey at Treasure Island and self-reported, so unverified, 20% of the residents would qualify under the program guidelines. And I don't think we're thinking enough about our seniors that have fixed incomes that are, their house is worth $1 million, but it's only $1 million if you sell it, right? And their own fixed income and stuff like. I think that's going to be part of the process that we learn, and we should be quick to navigate and make adjustments to our program based upon what we're seeing as we turn on our programs.
How are we communicating? I'm sorry. I'm just curious how we're communicating that.
I'm not sure we are yet.
Yeah,
because we just completed the survey.
We're working on the plan. We want to get this plan to HUD yesterday, so we can get that approval process while we continue to refine policies on our programs and then start, because we're going to have to bid out each one of these programs, and that's going to require communication in and of itself for each of the programs we do.
And commissioners, we appreciate these thoughts, these considerations, because there are strategies to get to certain things. So if we, for example, if we feel like 120% as a cap is too low for all programs, we could reevaluate that. We could raise the cap. We could then prioritize, for example. We can say, up to 120% will be served first. Then if we exhaust all those funds up to 120%, we'll go up to 150%. There are different strategies we can employ. So this is exactly why we're seeking your feedback. But again, what to the administrator's point, we're trying to get a plan approved here that we know, a draft plan that we know we can submit to HUD and feel very confident in its approval. So we're thinking about all the perspectives that HUD has when they go through this review process.
Commissioner Wicking, and then we'll go to Commissioner Flower.
Thank you, Chair. I guess Commissioner Latvala brings up a great point, about the broad, budgets and residents. So how much of the actual 32 million public services allocation is specifically reserved for direct financial assistance?
That will depend on the procurements Barry is talking about. As he mentioned, y'all are going to put out bids to select vendors for these procurements. There will be county staff dedicated to these programs. For purposes of this slide, the math was 32 million times 0.84, which accounts for 16% activity delivery costs. I have a personal rule not to do math in public, so I'm not going to attempt to do 84% of 32 million in my head, but that is how we did it for purposes of this slide. This is just an estimate. Actual figures will depend on program subscription, the average award. We also didn't use the maximum award in our calculations. What we're showing on the slide is the maximum amount of assistance. Assistance will have to be right-sized for each household that applies, and it's not likely that everyone will get $15,000. So for purposes of this slide, we took 84% of 32 million divided by 13,500 as an estimated average payment. The actual average will depend on the households that apply, what their actual expenses are. Some may qualify for $5,000, some may qualify for the max. We won't know that with certainty until these programs launch and have applicants.
Right, thank you. So you're saying like 20 some odd million would actually go for direct relief, but isn't the unmet need for this like $160 million?
Yes, and the unmet need for housing is $3 billion. Overall, the county has much more unmet need than it has CDBG-DR grant funds. So the intent of this plan is to address the most pressing unmet needs of the most vulnerable citizens, with the understanding that it's highly unlikely that CDBG-DR alone will be enough to address all of the county's unmet storm needs.
Right, thank you. So, with the follow-up to that, in the previous slide, you have like the homeowner assistance, purchase program, and there's nothing criteria in that from what I saw that people would qualify that were directly impacted by the hurricane, correct? So anybody, whether you're impacted or not, could apply for that program.
So that would be part of the program design phase, and so that could be a requirement. But that would not be something necessarily we'd be putting into the plan if you feel like we should, and there's a reason to do so. I mean, that's something we could put into the plan. The way, so
yeah, I mean, I think it would be because these funds are specifically given to help those impacted by the hurricane. So we have this huge 300+ million for that program, but there's no requirement that you had to be impacted by the hurricane to apply for that. But then you have this, a pot of the previous money for direct relief, which is underfunded. So it may be better to shift money of people that were directly impacted by the hurricane to get more relief versus not having any criteria for people to help them purchase a home that maybe just moved here a year ago and had no impact whatsoever by the hurricanes.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's great feedback. I want to clarify one thing just so that we all understand the concept here. There are two concepts of what we call tieback. One is a direct tieback, and many of the programs that we talk about are direct tieback programs, meaning If your home is damaged, we document that there was damage and we can repair your home. There are other programs such as this as it's currently designed, which is a programmatic tieback. And what we're addressing here is that the storms exacerbated the housing conditions for many people. Many renters are in challenging positions. Many people are, again, have spent a lot of money on other things to recover, to get through the period of time. Maybe they were unemployed. So we open up a homeowner assistance program, home buyer assistance program that enables people to access more permanent housing solutions that then enable them to kind of climb up, gain equity, have a more stable living situation. It's common, this type of program with CDBG-DR is common to keep it at that programmatic level, right? But it could be a scenario where you would have to demonstrate some impact from the storm. And it could be things such as we're talking about for disaster relief payments, job loss, displacement, your rental property is currently not being repaired, but you may be able to get a mortgage and move forward. We do know of many other programs, though, that do not require that, which is why we have not required it at this point in time. But we can take that into consideration and work through the policy around that.
And I'll note that the eligibility criteria on here is summarized, because if we put everything on here, the slide would be really wordy. So in the draft action plan, you will also see a requirement that applicants to this program to qualify must have resided in Pinellas County as their primary residence at the time of the storm. So this is not a program geared to those people who moved here last month or last year, unless they moved here last year before the hurricane, as their primary residence.
Yeah, I think it's just important to stay on messaging of the people first recovery, which is, quote, to get back on their feet and stay rooted in Pinellas. And, I just haven't seen the criteria, even in the 120-plus page slide, which I don't know if you guys are going through that one, but I didn't see the criteria in that that laid out the criteria that prevented anybody outside of a city of St. Pete resident that could apply for that program, whether they were directly impacted by the hurricane or not directly impacted by the hurricane. And I think that would be a conflict to HUD to not tie it directly to people impacted by the hurricane. Just my thoughts.
I appreciate that. I can tell you that, again, programs like this have not been a conflict to HUD. We would not put something in front of HUD that would be a conflict, but I absolutely understand what you're saying. We'll take that policy consideration back. I think it's something we can do fairly easily. And if for some reason there isn't subscription, there's opportunities to make changes. So, we definitely appreciate the feedback on that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers, you have a comment?
Thank you. I was going to ask another question, but just to follow up on what Commissioner Nowicki just stated, even for the home buyer assistance program, receiving the $80,000 or up to $80,000 doesn't mean that a person's going to qualify. They still have to qualify for a mortgage from a lending institution. So they have other hurdles that they have to overcome, even prior to being able to qualify for these particular funds. So I think that'll help weed some people out. I also believe, too, you have some individuals who were living in apartment complexes. We saw a number of them that were damaged. They're private, for-profit apartment complexes, and those persons are finding it difficult to find either another apartment that was in the same price range. And so this is a perfect opportunity now for them to accelerate up. So if I can pay $2,500 for an apartment, perhaps paying $1,875 for a mortgage is more palatable for me. So I do see the urgency or the need for this program. A thought came across my mind as you had the slide up for the apartment help, the 4 units. Okay, that one. So we have a number of apartment complexes, some new, where persons have requested funds for us, and that for affordable, I call it now attainable. But so the entire complex is not affordable, but there are so many units within that complex that is affordable, and that's at the request that they came to us and requested funds. Some of those were damaged as a result of this. And so I don't think I saw anything that may be able to support or assist those individuals, because it's not a 100% affordable apartment complex. It's a percentage of the units that they've agreed upon that will be affordable. And some of those complexes were destroyed as a result of the storm. So is there a place where some of those persons, those renters would fit? You know, if they don't fit into the home buyer purchase, but they just need to continue to rent, is there a place where they would fit?
They fit in the disaster relief payments right now. There is not currently a multifamily rehabilitation, new construction development program in the action plan. Okay. So renters in the plan as currently contemplated, and again, it's a draft, that's why we're here getting your feedback, would qualify for that up to $15,000 in disaster relief payment. That is on a reimbursement basis. So in theory, that funding has already been spent. They could use that $15,000 to put first and last months down on a different apartment, to secure different housing, to get a car, to do what they want with it, because it is a reimbursement for utilities, rent, subsistence-like payments that they've already paid.
And can you go back to the?
Which slide
Which
would you
one?
like to go to?
I'm getting new glasses. I haven't picked them up yet, so I'm sorry. I'm
We have
squinching a little
We
bit.
have the repair, reconstruction, the reimbursement. We have the home buyer assistance program, small rental program.
Oh, there you go, there you go. Small rental rehabilitation. So we also have a couple of, I think, Barry, it's a little over 4 units. The gentleman that came to us and got penny funds for up in the Ridgecrest area for affordable rental units for VA. You remember that, for veterans?
Yeah, I think.
And it's a little more than 4
I don't
units?
recall where, but it was around the rental. We've heard from a few commissioners about targeting rental units versus just new homes.
Right.
And that was under the CDBG program.
Okay, so anyway, he just kind of answered that. We had someone that came in, we provided them with some financial assistance. It was specifically targeted for veterans.
Yeah.
They were, no, not Valor. It was over in the Ridgecrest area. Valor is huge. That's Pinellas County. But it was a single gentleman, because it was a lot of rub about people thinking it was going to be persons who, it was a
But
big
it's
thing.
that type of thing where this program kind of was born out of, because you've got some that may not have insurance, or small, little, you know, they own one and rent 4 out, or something like that, and they don't, and they're underinsured or things like that, and they don't have the ability to rehab right now. This would help them. Now the trade-off is then they got to help us with our affordable housing units, okay? But at least it gives them a chance to get back on their feet. So it kind of serves a dual purpose here, and we thought that actually went to that small business piece on the housing side of the business.
Yeah, because that particular guy, and there was some destruction over there. He was doing those duplexes, and I think we did like 6 to 8, or we came down on the number of units based on the concerns from the community. But I think he may be over the 4 units.
Yeah, but that's what this one was really targeted for. You got a lot of units like this down, especially along Gulf Boulevard.
I call them old beach houses, old beach. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, I'll finish this up by saying that the 1 to 4 units is a HUD definition, so that's what we're following for this program, because we're thinking about this from an operational standpoint as well. When you open this program up, this can run right alongside and within the single-family rehabilitation reconstruction program for homeowners. There are just there's a slight different pathway that landlords would take, but from an operational standpoint, it's easy to execute. This is an opportunity we potentially could bring some of the activity delivery costs down, serve more people. So those are some of the thinking that went into this. Ultimately, if we don't get subscription, there's always opportunity in the future to make some budget changes and potentially serve some multifamily if that's the direction that the county wants to go.
All right, I'll go to Commissioner Eggers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I really appreciate some of the questions from my colleagues, and some of those I was going to ask as well. But I just kind of want to go to it looks like the 5% off the top for administrative fees, 16% in call average, delivery costs for each program. And each program is going to be, I guess, proposed out and bid on. So you have, let's say you have 10 programs, you could have 10 managers of those programs, or you could have 2 or 3, correct? I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to see who bids a better product. Is that how it's going to work?
Correct. And so you've got two different buckets, like you said. You've got, on the administrative side, that's administrative costs. I can tell you right now, we're not going to spend anywhere near the administrative dollars that are associated with that. We don't know. I mean, part of it is, you know, we got to look at Ken Burke and he's got to have payments and be able to administer the program. We're going to have 1 or 2 people in certain areas. The idea is the money that's not used under that will be rolled into programs at a later time after we kind of stand up the program. So we've got that as a high mark. I guarantee you it's going to come down. We're going to have the least administrative costs as humanly possible and put every single dollar we can into programs.
Yeah, and that I appreciate that, because at the end of the day, each of these programs is going to be, I'm just trying to figure out from an accountability standpoint and an audit standpoint, how each of these programs are going to be administered, how each of these managers of these programs are going to be incentivized to, you know, to maybe lower that cost.
And that's the reason for bidding that. And we have to have that oversight, though, of those contracts. You know, and if you recall back with like the COVID funds, you know, Ken pulled his hair out to try to, you know, get documentation, be able to cut checks and all of that. So that's the pieces where we're still trying to figure that out.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. And as they say, the devil's in the details. And that's where you can either gain some significant funds or mysteriously lose some significant funds. So I really appreciate more thoughts on that. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Commissioner, and for all the commissioners, I also want to make clear the 16% that we used is a conservative number. We use that number because that is a general HUD rule of thumb. HUD does not dictate activity delivery costs. There is no cap on activity delivery costs like there is with administrative costs. But when I was at HUD, when you talk to HUD folks, the 16% number is sort of what they're comfortable with. It usually comes in far below that, and I would expect that to be the case here. But we wanted to present a conservative picture, and from there we can hopefully assist more folks, right? That's the plan.
So these programs, just to follow up then, that whoever wins the, you know, say the first program, whoever's going to implement that program, there are ways to encourage the managers of the program to deliver the most for the residents?
I'll let, this is contracting that I would prefer that.
Yeah, thank you, Commission. Keep in mind, we engaged Horn to help us with the action plan. So we're starting to get into implementation, which is something that we're working on an RFP right now with staff. But there are ways you can do specific activity delivery costs for like a widget. So like per project or per home. So you can incentivize the implementation vendor by doing that. And then you can also have some programs that are based off of time and material. So the time and material ones would be more like some of the disaster assistance, direct payments, maybe mitigation, maybe the projects we do with subrecipients being nonprofits or cities. But the large portion, the $400 million, those you can absolutely incentivize the implementation vendor on a per project or per applicant cost, not time and material. So we're looking at, we're putting that RFP together now. Our goal is to have that RFP on the street after the May 6th meeting, where the BCC will hopefully approve the action plan, and then we want to move forward as quickly as possible after HUD approves it. Keep in mind, we're on schedule for basically an August, September approval of an agreement. We still don't have that agreement yet by HUD. So we can't do anything until then, but we have a lot of work to do this summer, Commissioner, when it comes to putting together that implementation and those policies. But again, we engaged Horn just for the action plan.
And so I guess that's not for today as much, but it does, when you have all this amount of money flying around, it can concern the standpoint of delivery of the most to our residents. So if in the 5% there's monies available for incentivizing good performance by our program managers. That gives me assurance that that 16% number might be driven down further to give more to our residents.
Absolutely, Commissioner. But I also want to go into the quality of the programs that we're going to ask people to do. The outreach and case management is going to be key to help to actually physically be able to have somebody come in that's confused over all these programs and talk to somebody and help and have us be able to help them figure out how to apply, how to have the right documentation, how, and so we're going to have to make sure that we have a quality piece to this in the projects that we set up.
That's right, and it will include sites, North County, Central County, South County, where residents can go in person and meet with someone and go through this process. I know we keep saying 5% for admin costs because that is the max that HUD allows, but our plan, we put 2.5% in. So we've already, and to County Administrator's point, our goal is to come in under that. So we've already cut it in half, and our goal is to come in under that. So we understand the goals of the BCC.
Yeah, and clearly quality is important, and delivery of the most dollars to our residents is also important. And making sure that our contractors understand both of those and are rewarded accordingly is also important. So anyway, that's my only comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Any other questions?
I did have a question. I had on Commissioner Egger's ideas. I don't know how, I've never seen these programs run before. Just want to make sure there's not an incentive to get more claims out there than are necessary. I don't know how you're going to pay these subcontractors, but if it's based on the volume that they're doing, we want to make sure we don't incentivize, fraud. I mean, we're all federal taxpayers here, so I don't know how you protect against that. We want to get as much assistance out there as possible, but we don't want to.
Understood, and there are very strict compliance guidelines for all of this. Not only what the clerk will have to endure on their end, but also what the consultant, the implementation consultant will have to do, the construction vendors that are actually doing the work. So there's a lot of federal guidelines that we'll have to make sure that there's compliance at every step.
Okay. I just want to be sure about it. And then I had a question on the homeowners assistance. $80,000 down payment is a $800,000 home. I don't know how many, I just think that's a lot. I don't know where you came up with the $80,000.
It's a max. So as Commissioner Flowers mentioned, that home buyer would have to qualify for a mortgage on their own. The purpose of the down payment assistance or closing costs is to make the mortgage payment affordable, and the amount of the award will be right-sized so that the mortgage is affordable for that household. The house must also be reasonable. This is not intended to be a program to purchase million-dollar beach houses. It's intended to be something to purchase a reasonable home for a household that makes up to 120% of the area median income. That is a program where HUD caps it at 120% for that reason. So a household with 120% income is not likely to qualify for a mortgage for an $800,000 house, even with the $80,000 down payment.
Okay. And is that a gross income or adjusted gross income? Do you know? I don't know how that works.
It's based on their
Six figures too, up to 120% of AMI could be close to six-figure income. So you'd be giving grants to people that could make up to almost 6 figures, and again, not directly impacted by the hurricane.
What he said.
Correct. For a family of 4, it is a 6-figure income. It's $125,000 a year.
Okay.
Yeah, this isn't any different.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I was specifically thinking about the amount of the down payment. I mean, the $80,000 just sounded like a lot, but.
There are also, this gets into technical, there are front and back end ratios that you have to look at underwriting. And to Jenna's point, it's your income drives what you can afford. There is a very similar program that is run right now in a very close county of yours, and their max is $75,000. Their home buyers are, for the most part, low to moderate income, very few middle income. And they're buying homes, I would say approximately, and please don't quote me, but approximately around $275,000, $350,000 max. So it's a function of their mortgage rate, and the fact they have to get a mortgage is what dictates what they can afford. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, continue.
All right, relocation program, disaster relief payments. And then our proposed economic recovery program, again, recognizing the need for recovery extends beyond housing. We have proposed the Small Business Community Recovery Program. This is, again, a program that would support small businesses specifically with various types of needs. It could be potentially repair, expansion of facilities, equipment purchase, working capital, those things that small business owners truly need to get themselves back on their feet. The goal of this program would be to create jobs. That's generally a HUD requirement. And so in exchange for any grant that they might receive, they would have to commit to creating jobs. They had to be operating at the time of the disaster. They still have to be operational or able to operate. They have to be able to demonstrate that. These grants would be underwritten. And again, we're targeting those small businesses. We're looking at about 54 businesses to be assisted with the budget of $22 million. Again, factoring all those other, all the other costs that we have been discussing. Any questions on that?
One quick question on that. Generally, are there employee, like full-time equivalent maximums and minimums for those programs?
They have to demonstrate. So the way that it works with HUD is, and the normal CDBG program requires, there's something called a public benefit requirement. So X amount of dollars, you have to create one FTE. The CDBG-DR notice removes that requirement, but still highlights the need for cost reasonableness and cost effectiveness of the program. So what these programs typically do is create an alternative requirement, which would, in many instances, I've seen programs kind of just double that, and they'd say every $100,000 that we invest in your business, you have to demonstrate that you have either retained or created a job in exchange for that. That's part of the documentation. It's part of the policy making that does usually go into the program guidelines. That's not an action plan requirement because sometimes you want some flexibility there, and it's easier to change that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And in addition to the for-profit community, we wanted to make sure that there was assistance provided to the nonprofit community, which was also hit hard based on the data that we've seen and people that we've spoken with and organizations we've spoken with. So very similarly treated. It might be slightly different types in terms of the types of things that they can receive. The types of assistance is slightly different. But by and large, we're looking at storm repairs, expanded facilities, and potentially some services and/or equipment. This gets a bit nuanced because of the CDBG regulations and requirements, but we'll be looking for, but that'll all be fleshed out in the program guidelines. But the bottom line is this is an opportunity to provide assistance to those nonprofits that were impacted by the disaster, by the hurricanes. Looking at 24 awards roughly with a $10 million budget there. This does look a little different than what you've seen in the past. We were putting the two together. We felt like it makes more sense to pull these two apart because we'll be focusing on a different community here of organizations, and felt like that made the most sense.
Question?
Yes, sir.
So does this include churches as well?
So CDBG regulations have a prohibition on assistance to places of worship specifically, but there are ways to assist faith-based institutions if the part of the facility you're assisting is not the place of worship. So if you have a faith-based community center or a faith-based, whatever it may be, childcare, those types of facilities can be assisted. It's not precluded that if it's faith-based in nature or connected to a faith-based organization that it cannot be served, but you can't repair the walls of the ceiling of a church or a synagogue, basically. That's a CDBG rule.
Okay, so there are funds available. I know the CDBG has a loan program for churches, but that's a separate issue. You're still paying it back. This is not necessarily a loan program. So, some of these places are, a lot of churches are struggling. So I was wondering if it's administrative in nature, it's possible.
So I'm not familiar with the CDBG loan program. But one thing I would say is that FEMA public assistance is often available to churches after an event. So if there is a church that has not yet been repaired and sustained damage, they could submit to be for public assistance.
But not through this program.
Not the church itself, no. It's a prohibition. In fact, we worked in Puerto Rico and they tried to get a waiver for that for years. I don't know if it was ever successful. It is one thing that potentially a waiver could be submitted. There's nothing precluding us from submitting a waiver if that was something we were considering doing.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lavalla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the nonprofits, these have to be nonprofits that were impacted by the storms, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Wiggins.
Thank you. And then to further clarify, no nonprofit or small business or business headquartered in the city of St. Pete would be eligible for these as well.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, and the last two programs, planning and infrastructure mitigation. These are companion programs, the first of which is the local mitigation planning program. This program provides up to $24 million for mitigation planning, feasibility studies, plans to figure out what the best use of these mitigation and infrastructure dollars is. This funding would go to the county and its municipalities, with the exception of St. Pete, of course, to determine what the best use of the next program funding is, which is the Mitigation Infrastructure Program with a budget of $106 million. This program would fund projects that are identified out of the local mitigation planning process, up to $5 million each for infrastructure projects that increase resilience within the county and reduce risk to future storm events. So next steps to get this action plan submitted and approved by HUD. As I mentioned, we are very, very close to publishing the draft plan for comment. The plan will be published next Wednesday, April the 23rd. The comment period must be open for 30 days. That is per HUD. So the comment period will last from April 23rd to May 23rd. We will respond to all comments received during that period. We have 3 remaining public hearings, which we noted at the beginning, one on April 24th, May the 13th, and May the 15th. We'll also see you all back here at the BCC meeting on May the 6th. Summer of 2025, we'll submit the plan to HUD very shortly after that May 23rd close of public comment date. The plan will be submitted to HUD. HUD has up to 45 days to review that plan. We expect HUD to approve that plan within the 45-day period, extend a grant agreement to Pinellas County, which would in turn allow the county to roll out these programs, as Barry mentioned, at a staggered pace in fall of 2025. And that's all we have for you today.
Any other questions, comments? Dave, you got anything final add?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Flowers?
So we will get it before April 23rd, won't we?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
They have a draft?
I just want to be ready.
I think they already have a draft. Go ahead, Matt.
You have a draft in the backup of the agenda currently, and we do not anticipate many changes to that at all. There's some formatting changes, some spelling changes, but the final that will be released on April 23rd, we'll get that to you probably early next week. That's the draft action plan that then HUD requires the 30-day comment period. And then on May 6th, the action we'll ask you to take is to approve it, and then delegating authority for any minor changes to the county administrator so that we can stay on schedule and submit it to HUD.
Okay, so this may, please forgive me, maybe it's because my brain's just not working. So I understand the dates, draft action plan, which is what we're discussing, and we're sharing some comments here, and you're getting comments from the public. But you don't have another the next 3 meetings are between April 24th, May 13th, and May 15th. So you may get some additional information that would change that draft action plan.
Well, we have to respond to all the comments.
Okay.
Keep in mind, we received over 3,000 surveys to date, plus we have all the data. The data won't change. So the first 50 pages of the plan is not going to change, no matter how the public hearings go, because that's the data that we've already received and reviewed. So it's a requirement of HUD that you put the plan out there for people to comment on the plan. And then we have to respond to that. If there's any substantial changes, it would have to come back. But if they're non-substantial changes, the way we have the resolution drafted is that the county administrator you would delegate authority to the county administrator to make non-substantial changes only, and any substantial changes would come back to you. And again, that's just to stay on schedule so we can get it to HUD as quickly as possible.
I just wanted to make sure that that was the possibility, because I'm like, so many people, which I appreciate, are engaged in this process. And I wanted to make sure that if we're out sharing this plan, if there were substantial changes, we would be able to make those, not just, and I'm not saying this is what we're doing, but sometimes the public perceives it as though we're asking them for information, but we're really not going to use it, so. But thank you for clarifying. That's why I was like, maybe it's just me.
And you will see in an appendix of the plan, every public comment. It's required that we include it. And then keep in mind, like I'll use Lee County as an example. You can go to their website. Lee County did the action plan, I think, 2 years ago, and they've probably amended it 6 or 7 times since then. So this is a requirement for us to get the grant agreement to start rolling out funds. Once we do that, and as we start to see how our programs are being received, we can make changes along the way, and all those changes would come back to you. So if we make an amendment to the plan for any reason, a major amendment to the plan, if it's minor,
I'm not talking about scrivener's errors and things.
yeah. Understood.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. All right, thank you very much, guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, now we're going to move on to agenda review.
Okay, under agenda review, you've got all the reports received for filing, reports from county administrators, county attorney's office. First substantive item is item number 9. It's an award of bid to Caladaisy Construction for terminal mitigation of water intrusion, $1.5 million. It's being funded by Federal Aviation ARPA funds. Item number 10 is MSTU special project for East Lake Recreation, replacement of their lighting, protection and detection system. Item 11 is for your newly formed Palm Harbor Main Street. It's an MSTU for them. This is going to allow them to get durable goods, materials, streetscape enhancements, things where they can run community events and be able to set up, and that also generate funds for the Main Street function themselves. So that'll allow them sustainable funds. This is one-time type purchases. Item 12 is a resolution for the required 5-year local mitigation strategy known as the All Hazards Plan. So this would be approval of that, and so we can submit that. Item 13 is grant funding agreement with WestCare for the adult drug court expansion program. $309,000 a year for up to 5 years. This is our adult drug court for our criminal side. Next item 14 is a grant agreement with WestCare. This is for the child welfare side of the court. Again, same amount. Item 15's application to receive E911 trust monies from the state for console furniture replacements at our 911 center. Item 16 is the First Amendment with these 3 different groups for engineering consulting services. You can see the amounts broken down in the packet, and then they also list it. So the first one's going to focus on US 19 utility relocations. Black and Beach is going to focus on portable water system hydraulic modeling, and Kim and Creed for the SCADA system. Item 17 is interlocal agreement with City of Pinellas Park, as we talked about before, for the sale and purchase of wholesale water reclaim for a 10-year period.
Yeah, I would just, I talked with, Jill briefly during our break, and, just kind of respectfully request the board to, table this extension of reclaimed water agreement between the city of Pinellas Park and us to allow additional time to review. It's a 30-year-old agreement, to my understanding, hasn't been reviewed really much within that time, especially with the challenges we're facing with infrastructure strain and growing costs to our unincorporated ratepayers. I believe it's reasonable and responsible to take a closer look at this agreement before making a long-term commitment. Deputy Administrator Jill Silverboard and her team, give them time to opportunity and assess whether there may be some alternative options to better help manage our infrastructure demands and keep our long-term costs lower. And in no way is this a statement against the value of the relationship with Pinellas Park, but rather a chance to us ensure we're being fiscally prudent and fair to all county ratepayers, especially in unincorporated areas. And talking with her, I think, 1 month table, is a reasonable amount of time to her to talk with Pinellas Park and to get more information from them.
Will Jeremy be available to answer questions?
Obviously, so Commissioner Nowicki, I had some questions. I said, go talk to Jill, she'll know more about that. I haven't had a chance to talk to our team, so I'll probably have comments on Tuesday. Okay. I just haven't had a chance to talk to them yet.
Okay. All right. As long as they're ready to discuss it on Tuesday.
We'll discuss it Tuesday. Okay.
All right.
Not anticipating any reports from the county attorney on Tuesday.
I will have a county administrator's report. Item 20 is appointments to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. 21 is to the Public Library Cooperative. 22 is to the Suncoast Health Council. And then item 23, Commissioner Nowicki asked for a Duke Clean Energy resolution. And I think that was included in your
Duke Energy will be here on Tuesday?
Yes, along with staff. And so I've asked staff, I mean, you see Commissioner Nowicki's resolution, which is attached.
I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
I've asked staff to do an analysis. I don't have that complete, so I'd like to see that. I will share that with you ahead of time of their own analysis. And so we can discuss it at that time.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, can I just
sure.
say a few quick comments about it? Yeah, I mean, just, something, I submitted this like 2 weeks ago, and it's been on the agenda for everyone to review. And I, had printed copies for everybody today, in addition to it being submitted and well in advance. And I just think this aligns closely with our values that we affirmed when we passed the DOGE resolution, transparency, return on investment, and long-term accountability to our residents. I mean, right now, the county is spending $3 million a year on a program where the financial return is slow to arrive. Most of the value doesn't really materialize until 20 or 30 years from now. But sadly, we live in a world where inflation is real, and dollars we spend today lose purchasing power the longer it takes to see a return. And that adds to the fact that Duke Energy rates have risen more than 33% over the last 5 years. These rate increases are not offset by the program's modest credit escalator of 1.5% a year. In other words, we're locking into a cost structure that can't keep up with the market we're in. This resolution does not abandon some of our goals that we set, but it simply calls for a reassessment. It puts a pause, not a ban, on electrical vehicles unless a full financial analysis can be shown real measurable benefit. I mean, that's just good government. The truth is the program we entered into had good intentions, but when we now take a step back and look at the math, the timelines, the rising costs that we're seeing, it's clear we owe it to the public to adjust our course. This resolution keeps our options open, ensures the full board review of future decisions, and focuses our investments in strategies that deliver both an environmental benefit and a financial responsibility. So I would just ask for your support, because when we did a workshop on this, I mean, we talked about how these credits that we get aren't really calculated for inflation, and the rate of which we purchase energy at isn't locked in. So it doesn't matter what credits we get. Energy prices in 2054, nobody has a crystal ball to see what those rates will be. So even if we get a 1.5% credit a year, if rates go up 2.5% a year, it doesn't really matter. So I just ask for your consideration and support and on this and the will of the board. Thank you.
Okay. We've got, isn't it next month we're going to be talking about Ready for 100 on that? Because this
Yes.
probably has some overtures with that, too.
And Commissioner Nowicki did bring this to us early, but what I didn't know when I was discussing with him is you gave us direction a couple months ago for a resolution to rescind Ready for 100. We have that on the May agenda.
Okay.
But I didn't know that at the time, so staff was working on it. So we do have that teed up for May.
Okay.
But I will give you our staff analysis on Commissioner Nowicki's proposal before next Tuesday.
Yeah, well, we definitely want to make sure that, whatever we have in place is going to be cost-effective for the county long-term.
Correct.
So I definitely want to hear from Duke Energy on this to see what.
And they will be here, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Okay, last two items we have, go over to public hearings. So item 24 is companion to item number 25. The first piece, again, if you approve it, then it goes on to the second piece. But it's future land use map from residential suburban to residential low and unincorporated Largo. The local planning agency voted 4-2. 7 people appeared in opposition. The applicant intends to redevelop a property into an 11-unit single-family detached subdivision. So I'm sure you'll have lots of discussion on that. So you can read the comments within the packet. And so that's item 24 and 25.
Okay, all right, good deal. And then quickly before we adjourn here, Barry's going to be sending out, we talked earlier about, I think the May 15th agenda, or mid-May meeting, or work session rather, we'll talk about form of government. So Barry's got his white paper that he's going to send out here.
Correct. And as I explained, strategic planning, I did ask a group to do a white paper on forms of government so you can see what everybody does around the state, and you can form your own opinion. I tried to make it, kind of neutral, fact-based. So I'll send out that report, and then we'll put that on for a discussion, not necessarily for a vote. We'll put it on for a discussion at the May 15th work session.
Okay. And I'm going to send out to everybody here as well just some historical documentation that you can peruse at your leisure. I just think it would be important to have some historical context when we have that discussion. So I'll send a link to Amazon for this book here called The Pinellas Puzzle, which is it's an easy read, and but it's a good read, and it's kind of comical at times, understanding some of the political stuff that went on back in the day. But it gives a good kind of brief history of Pinellas County and a little bit of how we got to where we are today. And then also on the county's website, actually, there's a link to this document. It's 110 pages, but it's a history of the county commission. So I'll send that out to you, and if you have a chance to read those before we have that discussion, I just think it would be good historical context to bring to the table for that. So
I used some of that for my doctorate because I had to talk about an administration, and so that's when I first saw it.
Yeah, this really gets
Chairman gave you homework.
A lot of this is actually kind of funny. It's some good stuff. But also, I did want to thank Deputy Manley and Deputy Winnick. I know we had a couple other deputies kind of float in here today for their service keeping us safe. Also, this probably is not going on anymore at this time, but Deputy Stopper is a deputy that has worked our commission meetings in the past. We haven't seen him in several months, and my understanding is he's not doing very well. So if we could keep him in our thoughts and our prayers. And the deputies had a lunch event for him at the courthouse this afternoon. I don't know if that's still going on or not, but if it is, if you have a minute to pop in, but if we could keep him in our thoughts and our prayers. And also, Deputy Butterfield popped his head in here. He had some surgery, so we haven't seen him in a while, but he's doing well and walking around and recovering, so just want to acknowledge him, and that wish him a speedy recovery and hope to see him back here soon. So with that, unless there's anything else, Commissioner Flowers?
Just sending up special little prayers for Florida State University. They had an active shooter incident there today about 1 o'clock. Several people are being treated at the hospital, but it did not say if any of them had actually been shot or not. It just said that they were being treated at the hospital, but the shooter was captured alive. So that happened today about 1 o'clock. So just say a little special prayer for the students and faculty and staff and all of that.
Dave, did you have something you wanted to
Yeah,
add?
just two things real quickly. First of all, thank you all for letting me participate this way. It meant a lot to me to be a part of the conversation and hear your thoughts and also contribute just a bit. Secondly, this is a very somber and celebratory week for the Christian faith, and so I wanted to wish everybody on Sunday. We won't be here before then, but happy Easter to everybody, my colleagues and our residents, clearly, and those who celebrate the week. Somber night tonight and tomorrow with celebration on Sunday. So happy Easter to all of you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Yep, good point, Dave. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, so wish everybody a happy Easter, and we will see you all on Tuesday. Have a great weekend.